Xianxia had gained tremendous benefits by destroying those wind spirits and obtaining their world force. As he looked silently at the tornado, he couldn't help but wonder how many more wind spirits there were inside it. The ones he had come across were certainly not all of them. If he rushed into the tornado and lured more wind spirits into his body, he could save a lot of time on cultivation. In that case, he would be able to ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm sooner. Although there was only a difference of 1 order between the 7th order and the 6th order, it was like the gap between the heavens and earth. The former was in the high rank while the latter was in the mid-rank, so they were not comparable at all. Others might be wary of the astral wind, but Xianxia was able to ward it off, and with his previous experiences, he could handle those wind spirits with ease. Nevertheless, he soon gave up on that idea. This couldn't be helped as his strength had increased too quickly recently. Back then, he was forced to ascend to the 5th order open heaven realm. Then 1 month later, he made it to the 6th order by consuming a world fruit. If he still rushed into making an attempt to reach the 7th order open heaven realm, it might cause his small universe to become unstable. After all, the open heaven realm was a process where one had to build up and manage their small universe gradually. Sometimes advancing too quickly was a bad thing. He reckoned that when he was ready one day, he could still come back here and lure those wind spirits into his small universe in an attempt to ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm. At the thought of this, Xianxia set his mind at ease. "Where are we now?" Xianxia asked. The proprietress replied, "We're in the shattered heaven, but I don't know our exact location." Xianxia nodded gently, thinking that the shattered heaven indeed lived up to its bad reputation. Before coming here, he had heard that this place was paved with danger. He had previously seen some ferocious artifacts that had gained sentience, and now there was this divine ability that had persisted across countless eons. No one knew how much more danger they would bump into. If they were not careful enough, they would lose their lives here. Xianxia fished out a universe chart he had bought in the Shattered Heaven Star City, but he soon realized that he still couldn't identify their location. Left with no choice, he said, "I guess we're lost for now. We can only play it by ear." No one objected to the suggestion. Regardless of where this was, it was better than staying in the shadowless cave heaven. They had never expected that they would be able to leave the shadowless cave heaven in their lifetime after all. Xianxia then fished out the 6 Fated Paths bag and released the 100+ people he had previously kept inside it. After a brief discussion among the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they headed in a particular direction. They came across a lot of danger on the road, most of which did not come with a warning. Although the 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been vigilant, they still suffered damage on several occasions. More than 200 cultivators had left the shadowless cave heaven with Xianxia. 20 or so were killed by the wind spirits, and half a year later, only roughly 140 people were left. Other than the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were still fine, basically everyone else had suffered some degree of injury. This just went to show how dangerous the Shattered Heaven was. Over the past 6 months, the group did not just travel in the same direction. Instead, they would change course from time to time. Unfortunately, after such a long time had passed, they still hadn't encountered anyone, which made it impossible for them to identify their location. Another 6 months later, Xianxia, who was in the lead, suddenly looked in a particular direction for a moment. Then, he became elated and exclaimed, "There's movement over there." Upon finishing his words, he charged forward. The people behind him became energized as well and hurriedly followed after him. A moment later, they saw some flashes of light in front of their eyes and felt some energy fluctuations coming from up ahead. Apparently, some people were fighting. As they got closer, Xianxia realized that there were 2 Open Heaven Realm Masters engaged in a life-and-death battle. It wasn't certain why they got into a scuffle, but the battle was quite intense. Both of these 2 were powerful 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It wasn't certain how long the battle had lasted, but their auras were pretty weak and they were practically covered in wounds and blood. While they were trying to hack each other to death though, the 2 men sensed something and turned to look at Xianxia. The next moment, their expressions changed drastically as they separated and drew back. A short time later, Xianxia stopped in a spot that wasn't far away from them. When the 2 men saw the group of people behind Xianxia, they sported solemn expressions. As they exchanged glances, they subconsciously moved closer to one another. Regardless of the cultivation of these people, they couldn't possibly go up against so many on their own. Although they were just fighting a life-and-death battle earlier, they were at least familiar with one another. Compared to these strangers, they would rather trust the party they knew. Noticing their vigilance and hostility, Yang Kai put on a friendly smile and cupped his fist. "Please excuse us. We just happened to pass by this place, and we mean no harm." The man on the left shot Yang Kai a glance with distrust, then asked with a frown, "What do you want?" Yang Kai replied, "We were previously trapped inside a perilous place, and it took us years before we finally managed to escape. Unfortunately, we've become lost, so we don't know how to get to the Shattered Heavens Star City. Would you be so kind as to point the way for us?" The two men were astounded as they were wondering why such a large group of people had approached them all of a sudden, but it turned out that these people were just looking for directions. The man who spoke earlier pointed in a particular direction and said, "If you want to head to the Star City, move in that direction. You'll reach it in half a month." Yang Kai looked in the same direction and nodded gently, "Many thanks. Sorry for disturbing you." Following that, he flew off in the direction the man had pointed out, followed by the rest of the group, which soon disappeared into the distance. The two men who were engaged in an intense battle just a moment ago traded glances, feeling at a loss. After this farce, they were no longer determined to kill each other. Furthermore, they were equally matched to begin with, so if they kept on fighting, both parties would end up severely wounded at best. Now that they had been interrupted, they no longer had the heart to keep fighting. After cursing at one another, they turned into rays of light and charged into different directions. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and the others were moving in the direction they were pointed at full speed. As expected, the further they went, the more cultivators they came across. These people had obviously just left the Shattered Heavens Star City. Regardless of who they were though, these people would always run away when they saw such a large group of Open Heaven Realm Masters approaching. Countless people were killed or robbed in Shattered Heaven every day. If a person was killed in this place, no one would seek justice for them. Half a month later, the Shattered Heavens Star City came into sight. The people behind Yang Kai started cheering. The Sure brothers were especially loud. When these cultivators saw the Star City, their eyes became reddened and moist, as though they had just been reborn. Previously, they had accidentally fallen into the shadowless cave heaven, and they thought that they would never be able to leave. It never crossed their minds that they would have a chance to return to the 3,000 worlds one day. Many of their companions had lost their lives along the way here, so it felt amazing to have come back alive. Soon, they charged into the Star City. As they watched the cultivators who were moving around, the stalls on the streets, and the disorderly buildings, they felt a sense of cordiality. The sight before their eyes was never seen in the shadowless cave heaven after all. Even Mao Zhe and the other mountain lords were moved. Then, they checked into an inn and had a bath to wash away the dirt on their bodies. Following that, Hua Yong took out some money to hold a banquet for the companions who had left the shadowless cave heaven together. At that instant, the inn's lobby was crammed with people. Over 140 people were divided among more than 10 tables. Yang Kai and the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were seated together while the rest of them crowded around with their friends as they chatted and drank. The place was bustling with noise. Meanwhile, many Open Heaven Realm Masters, in groups or as individuals, came over and proposed a toast to Yang Kai, thanking him for helping them to escape the shadowless cave heaven and return to the 3,000 worlds. An easygoing Yang Kai didn't turn down anyone and soon became tipsy. A while later, Hua Yong asked the Sure brothers, "What are your future plans?" Presently, Sure Shan was gnawing on the thigh of some kind of roast beast, and his lips were covered in grease, so upon hearing Hua Yong's question, he took a large swig of alcohol and asked back, "What do you mean?" Hua Yong said with a helpless smile, "Since you've left the shadowless cave heaven, you'll need to look for a place to stay. It's not like you'll just keep wandering around, right?" The Sure brothers were astounded upon hearing that as they traded glances for a moment. Then Sure Shan scratched his head and said, "That's right. What should we do next?" Sure Chiu said in a muffled voice, "You're the big brother, so I'll listen to you." On the side, Sure Yu nodded repeatedly. Sure Shan batted his eyes, then looked smilingly at Hua Yong. "What about you too? What are your plans?" Hua Yong replied with a smile. "My wife and I joined Voidland, and thanks to the sect Master Yang, We've been promoted to the position of elders. Then, he took a glance at Mao Zhe. Brother Mao and should have done the same. You decided to join Void Land? Shirshan stared at Mao Zhe in shock. A silent Mao Zhe sported a wry smile. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, he wouldn't have joined Void Land if he wasn't restricted by the loyalty list. Even if he willingly decided to join, he was supposed to be an elder just like Hua Yong, but now they were just Yang Kai's subordinates and couldn't even control whether they lived or died. They were practically servants. Hua Yong promptly said to the Shi brothers, "We all owe the sect master a life-saving grace. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have a chance to leave the shadowless cave heaven. Since we've now gained a second chance at life, we should repay his favor." We all occupied different territories in the shadowless cave heaven. However, since we've left, why don't you also join Voidland? Given our friendship over the years, we can take care of each other in the future. What do you think? The Shi brothers fell silent upon hearing that. A moment later, Xianxia said in a small voice, "Big brother, why don't we join Voidland as well?" Shirshan furrowed his brow. "If we join Sect Master Yang's great force, we'll be under his control. What if he doesn't allow us to drink wine and eat meat? It certainly doesn't feel as great as having our own territory." Shiryu dipped his head. "Big brother is right." Shirshan said, "We can join forces and venture into the outside world. I don't believe we'll fare poorly. It's better than getting bossed around by someone else. When we manage to make a name for ourselves, we can do whatever we want." Their voices were neither loud nor small, so the open heaven realm masters at the scene were able to hear them. Seeing that the brothers were not willing to join Void Land, Hua Yong was ready to keep persuading them when Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him. "Just let the Shi brothers do whatever they want. This Yang wishes all the best for your future." Shirshan gazed at Yang Kai with a grin. "We'll venture into the outside world for now. If we really can't make a name for ourselves, we'll come join you." Yang Kai replied with a smile. "Good. The doors of Voidland are always open for you." These sixth-order brothers were triplets who had mastered a profound combination technique. When they joined forces, they would be far more powerful than an ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm master. If they could join Voidland, the great force's collective power would increase tremendously. With that said, before Yang Kai even left the shadowless cave heaven, he had subdued the three mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain. Then Hua Yong and Shu Mudan requested to join Voidland. It could be said that he had gained some handsome benefits by acquiring 5 more sixth-order open heaven realm masters for Voidland. Since the Shi brothers were not willing to work under him, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force them. Then, Yang Kai looked around and declared openly, "If any one of you is willing to join Voidland, this Yang will welcome you. If you have somewhere else to go, this Yang will wish you all the best. Since we've overcome a great life-or-death crisis together and finally left the shadowless cave heaven together, we're practically friends now. If you're willing to join Voidland, this Yang will not mistreat you." Then, he picked up his cup and continued, "This Yang will propose a toast to all of you. Let's drink to all our futures." Following that, these open heaven realm masters rose from the chairs and picked up their cups, their gazes filled with gratitude and admiration. When they were done with the wine in their cups, they took a seat again as the lobby once again became bustling. After finishing up the ample meal, they returned to their own rooms and took some rest. However, Yang Kai was unable to get any sleep as some people would knock on his door and express their willingness to join Voidland from time to time. These cultivators had been trapped inside the shadowless cave heaven for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Although they had returned to the outside world, most had no place to go. They were grateful that Yang Kai had brought them out of the shadowless cave heaven, and since he was the sect master of Voidland, they were more than happy to side with him. Just like what Yang Kai had said, they had experienced life and death moments together, so they knew they would not be mistreated. Furthermore, the 3 mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain and the island masters of Twin Spirit Island had joined Voidland, so regardless of what Voidland was like in the past, it would have a bright future since so many sixth-order open heaven realm masters belonged to it now. Yang Kai didn't turn anyone down who came into his room, as he happily agreed to let them join. Voidland was unlike other great forces as it was founded not long ago, so they didn't have enough time to nurture their own young cultivators. What's more, it was hard for the people from the shadowless cave heaven to join other great forces as their loyalty wasn't guaranteed. However, Since Voidland was in the midst of rapid development, Xianxia desperately needed more masters to help support it. It wouldn't be too late to think about other issues when everything was settled in Voidland. Looking at it from another perspective, the cultivators who joined now could grow with Voidland, and as time passed, they would eventually develop a sense of belonging, so their loyalty wouldn't be an issue in the long run. 2 days later, the Shi brothers bid Xianxia farewell. Since they had decided to venture into the outside world, they wouldn't want to stay here too long. They had loitered in the desolate shadowless cave heaven for far too long, so they yearned to explore the wonders of the outside world. When Xianxia saw them off, he realized that the Shi brothers had many of the people from Unrivaled Guild with them. There were also some people who were originally from Profound Yang Mountain. The Shi brothers had been the chiefs of Unrivaled Guild for many years, so although they were rather muscle-brained, they were indeed powerful and had their own charisma. Since they did have some influence, it was expected that some people were willing to follow them. As for the people who were originally from Profound Yang Mountain, they were probably wary of Wuxia and the other mountain lords. After all, following Profound Yang Mountain's demise, they immediately sided with the other two great forces, which practically meant that they had abandoned their old leaders. Now that Wuxia and the others had joined Voidland, these people didn't have the nerve to side with Xianxia, so they had no choice but to leave with the Shi brothers. About half of the over 140 people left, so roughly 70 remained. Xianxia wasn't in a rush to leave the Shattered Heavens Star City though, and instead cultivated in this place for half a month. Although the Shattered Heavens Star City was dilapidated, it was also filled with good things. Countless cultivators moved around this place every day, and many of them were able to bring back rare resources from the depths of the Shattered Heaven. Xianxia initially intended to buy some cultivation resources, but his attempts were ultimately in vain. This couldn't be helped as the things in this place were quite expensive, almost 2 times the average price in the outside world. More importantly, he couldn't find the things he really needed. Since he was now a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, the fastest way for him to cultivate was to refine 6th-order materials. After his conversation with Chef some time ago, Xianxia learned that he had to refine full sets of materials to properly increase the heritage of his small universe. He had more than enough materials for the 5 elements, but he lacked 6th-order yin-yang materials as these things were truly rare. As for 5th-order materials, he didn't need to buy them. With the gourd vine in Voidland, complete sets of yin-yang and 5-element materials were produced every month, so the supply was basically infinite. Half a month later, a ship departed from the Shattered Heavens Star City. The ship was bought by Xianxia, and while its defensive and offensive strength weren't particularly outstanding, it was pretty spacious as it could comfortably accommodate 200 people. So the 70 or so aboard had more than enough space to move around. Since the route had been mapped out, someone just needed to drive the ship forward while Xianxia found a room and cultivated in seclusion. The view in the void alternated between surreal and desolate as time went by slowly. 1 month later, the ship suddenly shook. Hua Yong knocked on the door and said, "Sect Master, we've arrived at the first destination according to your plan." "We've arrived?" That was quick. Xianxia opened his eyes and left the room. After nodding at Hua Yong, he walked towards the deck. He looked into the distance and saw a spirit province that was full of world energy hovering in the void. A thick layer of fog surrounded the spirit province, and one could faintly see some beautiful buildings and splendid mountains through the mist. Some figures left the cabin as Wuxia and the other mountain lords stood behind Xianxia and looked into the distance. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is this Voidland?" Although the place looked average, it had the scale and ambience of a second-class great force. With that said, it wasn't very impressive. "It's not Voidland." Xianxia shook his head. Wuxia was confused. What was this place if it wasn't Voidland? He had just left the shadowless cave heaven, so he was unable to identify the location without a universe chart. As they spoke, the proprietress led chef and accountant to the deck. Hearing the noise, Xianxia turned around and walked over. "Why are you here, proprietress?" The proprietress shot him a glance and frowned. "What are you trying to do?" Xianxia replied with a smile. "You know fully well what I'm trying to do." The proprietress furrowed her brows and parted her lips. "I was just spouting nonsense since I was infuriated at that time. Many years have passed, so let's just put it behind us." Xianxia shook his head. "Although many years have passed, you'll be restricted by your oath if it is not resolved, meaning you won't be able to make it to the high-rank Open Heaven realm in your lifetime. He paused for a moment, then asked, "Are you worried that there will be too many casualties?" She said with a conflicted expression before she sighed, "There must be some innocence. Once a war breaks out, many people will lose their lives." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai said, "I'll try to limit the casualties then." Seeing that she was about to keep dissuading him, he cut her off by saying, "Your heart demon oath must be resolved. Furthermore, when Heavenly Sword Union made things difficult for me in the past, they also participated. Since they have the guts to invade Voidland, they must be ready to pay the price." Seeing that he was determined, the proprietress let out a sigh and stopped trying to dissuade him. On the other hand, chef and accountant rolled up their sleeves as they realized Yang Kai's intention. Hua Yong and the others were puzzled, not knowing what they were talking about. Mao Zhe secretly spoke to Hua Yong, who replied, "I have no idea either. We've come to this place according to the route that sect master mapped out. The place in front of us is apparently called Boundless Altar." A glint flashed through Mao Zhe's eyes as he darted his gaze between Yang Kai and Boundless Altar. At the same time, he paid a silent tribute to those from Boundless Altar for a moment. The people from Boundless Altar must have offended this walking disaster. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have directly come all the way here after leaving the shadowless cave heaven. Boundless Altar was doomed. A top second-class great force was usually managed by 1 or 2 sixth-order open heaven realm masters at most. However, there wasn't a lack of sixth-order open heaven realm masters on this ship, as there were 7 of them in total. No second-class great force in the world was able to go up against such a lineup. As they spoke, the ship continued moving towards the Spirit Province. In just 1 hour, they arrived at the periphery of the Spirit Province. As they got closer, they could see the view in the Spirit Province clearer. They saw that there were many people moving around in Boundless Altar. Rays of light could be seen flying between the magnificent spirit peaks. There were also a lot of exotic beasts that flew through the air. The ship was neither small nor big, but as it navigated through the void, it was still pretty conspicuous. The guards around Boundless Altar had noticed the ship some time ago, and seeing that it was directly coming at them, they immediately sent a message to their higher-ups. Soon, a figure shot out from one of the spirit peaks in Boundless Altar. Hovering within the coverage of the Grand Array, he looked intently into the sky. What came into his sight shocked him, for he could see a lot of people on the ship. Due to the distance and the fact that these people weren't releasing their auras, he wasn't able to discern their cultivations. However, he had a feeling that those people were ill-intentioned. Hence, he bellowed, "This is Boundless Altar. Who goes there?" His loud voice reverberated across the void. The ship didn't seem to have any intention to stop and simply charged towards Boundless Altar. The person's expression changed. As a beam of light flashed across his fingers, he sent a message to some people. The next moment, the Grand Array lit up. With a dispassionate expression, Yang Kai lifted his hand and forcefully brought it down. Seeing that, Hua Yong and the others immediately made a move as well. In an instant, a crack appeared in the Grand Array around Boundless Altar, and the ship directly flew inside. On the deck, Yang Kai's clothes flapped in the wind as he shouted, "Voidland's Yang Kai has come." Yang Kai's thunderous voice spread across the entire Boundless Altar. In an instant, the world shook as countless eyes looked in the direction where the voice came from. Most of the cultivators in Boundless Altar were puzzled, as they had never heard of Voidland or Yang Kai before. That was because they were weak and they had rarely stepped out of Boundless Altar. Despite that, they could still clearly sense the hostility in the person's voice, so they leaped into the air and charged in a particular direction. On the other hand, a small number of people had their expressions change drastically as their gazes were filled with horror. Although Voidland wasn't a household name, as it wasn't comparable to the cave heavens and paradises, it was still a rising star in recent years. This great force was rising at a speed that was unprecedented. The long-lost legendary Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills were found in the star city of that great force, which drew the attention of other great forces from all over the 3,000 worlds. Before that, the 100 Sects Alliance, led by Heavenly Sword Union, invaded Voidland, but after the battle, the Alliance was defeated, and even the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, was executed on the battlefield. More importantly, Boundless Altar was a part of that alliance, and they had suffered immense losses. Great Elder Ling Chunshou and a number of other open heaven realm masters were killed in Voidland, leaving no corpses behind. Initially, Boundless Altar and Voidland had no contact with one another. After all, they were separated by several great territories, and they had no relationships of any kind. However, since the incident of the Hundred Sects Alliance, grudges had been formed between both parties. Certainly, those from Boundless Altar were heartbroken at the fact that Ling Chunqiu and the others were killed. Even though Boundless Altar was considered a second-class great force, its heritage was weak. A fifth-order open heaven realm master was an important pillar in their great force, so Ling Chunqiu's death did have some negative impact on Boundless Altar. Nevertheless, there was nothing they could do about it. The idea of avenging Ling Chunqiu's death never crossed their minds as the Hundred Sects Alliance was defeated and nearly wiped out. So how could Boundless Altar achieve anything on its own? Rather than them looking for revenge, they had to consider themselves lucky if the other party didn't come seeking trouble. It could be said that all the great forces that besieged Void Land at that time shared the same sentiment. Recently, they had been hiding inside their great forces and doing their own things as they were afraid that those from Void Land would retaliate against them one day. Those from Boundless Altar had never expected that Xianxia would arrive at their great force and directly break their grand array. Boundless Altar was considered a well-established second-class great force with a few tens of thousands of years of heritage. Supposedly, its grand array shouldn't be so fragile to be broken with only one move. The reason this was happening was that none of them had expected that there was such a reckless person in the world who would directly barge into their headquarters without even giving a warning. The grand array wasn't even fully activated when a crack was opened in it, which allowed Voidland's ship to enter. Furthermore, 5 sixth-order open heaven realm masters had made a move at the same time. So regardless of how sturdy the grand array of Boundless Altar was, it could never endure the bombardment from so many powerful masters. Even if it was fully operational, it would only have been a matter of time before it was destroyed. Even the 9 heavenly layers was broken through once, to say nothing of the fact that the grand array in this place was significantly weaker than the 9 heavenly layers. After moving through the crack, the ship silently hovered in the air with Xianxia standing on the deck and looking down coldly at those below. The person who came from the Spirit Peak turned pale and stared solemnly at Xianxia as he asked, "Are you Voidland's sect master Yang?" Xianxia looked condescendingly at him. "Who are you?" The person cupped his fist and replied in a bitter voice, "Altar Master of Boundless Altar. Yuqi Changzhou. Please forgive me for not greeting your excellency earlier as I was unaware of your arrival." Xianxia arched his brow. "You're the Altar Master of Boundless Altar?" Yuqi Changzhou dipped his head. "Yes." Xianxia sized him up, and judging from the faint fluctuations coming from his body, he should be a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Xianxia thought that Boundless Altar was pretty weak as the Altar Master was only a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Since the increase in his strength, the height of Xianxia's vision had also grown significantly. Before going to the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he was still immensely pressured when he was faced with a fifth-order open heaven realm master. When he was returning to the star boundary back then, he was completely powerless to resist someone like He. In the end, he had to use a precious mid-rank world fruit to help Lu Shui ascend from the 4th-order open heaven realm to the 5th order so that she would have the power to fight back against He and eventually subdue him. Now, he was a 6th-order open heaven realm master who had defeated Maoxia, a peak 6th-order open heaven realm master. Numerous 5th-order open heaven realm masters were also killed by him before. Therefore, Xianxia's attitude was now different when he was faced with someone like Yuqi Changzhou. It had only been a short time since he arrived in the 3,000 worlds and he hadn't come into contact with a lot of great forces, so he wasn't aware that this was actually the norm amongst second-class great forces. According to the classification of great forces in the 3,000 worlds, any place with mid-rank open heaven realm masters assuming command could claim to be second-class. If a sect had several 5th-order open heaven realm masters, their heritage could be considered impressive. Some of the second-class great forces only had 4th-order open heaven realm masters leading them. Although they were also second-class great forces, they didn't have the scale and power to match. Such great forces were actually found everywhere. After sweeping a glance over Yuqi Changzhou, Xianxia asked, "Do you know an old fart named Ling Chunqiu?" Upon hearing that, Yuqi Changzhou sported a bitter expression, knowing that his biggest fear had come to haunt him. When he heard Yang Kai mentioning his great force earlier, he knew that he was in trouble. It was apparent that those from Voidland were here to retaliate against them. Therefore, at the mention of Ling Chunqiu, he knew that his speculation was right. He couldn't help but secretly curse at Ling Chunqiu for offending Voidland for no reason. Heavenly Sword Union's Kong Feng had some ulterior motive for heading to Voidland, so it wasn't necessary for Ling Chunqiu to butt into that affair. Boundless Altar had nothing to do with Heavenly Sword Union to begin with, so they didn't need to join forces with the latter. Now that Yang Kai had stormed into Boundless Altar, how were they supposed to deal with him? Yuchi Cheng Zhou said in a helpless voice. To be honest with you, Sect Master Yang, Ling Chunqiu is the great elder of Boundless Altar. He left with some people a few years ago, and he has gone missing since then. Why did you mention him all of a sudden? Have you come across him somewhere? It wasn't like he could say he had no idea who Ling Chunqiu was. As the great elder, Ling Chunqiu held an important position in the sect. It would be insincere if he said he didn't know him. Now he could only try to separate Boundless Altar from the feud so that they would be able to avoid calamity. As for avenging Ling Chunqiu's death, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. He had seen the people on the ship making a move earlier. There were 5 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so they could easily destroy the entire Boundless Altar. He went missing? Yang Kai sneered. Is that really the case? Yuchi Changzhou's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he nodded. I wouldn't dare to lie to you, Sect Master Yang. Please understand. As they spoke, the cultivators from Boundless Altar were flying over from different directions. They still had no idea what was going on when they stood behind Yuchi Chengzhou. However, upon seeing that the Altar Master was quite anxious, they realized that they were in a perilous situation, so they sported solemn expressions. Yang Kai stared seriously at Yuchi Chengzhou for a moment before he nodded gently. I'll take your word for it. Since you don't know where Ling Chunqiu is, I'll tell you now. That old dog brought some people to invade Voidland and he was killed by me for his transgression. Yuchi Chengzhou pretended to be shocked as he exclaimed, why would he do something so foolish? Yang Kai stared at him and felt disgusted. Thinking that the Altar Master could indeed put on a good show, a frustrated Yuchi Chengzhou said, the Great Elder was old, and he sometimes made rash decisions. A few years ago, he was pretty dejected over something, so he decided to go out and travel. He hasn't returned since then. We all thought that he was cultivating in seclusion somewhere, but we never expected that he had made such a huge mistake. Following that, he bowed deeply at Yang Kai. Please forgive him, Sect Master Yang. He has paid the ultimate price for the mistake since he was killed. I hope you will not try to settle accounts with him now. There was a devious smile on Yang Kai's face as he said, why would I settle accounts with a dead person? Yuchi Chengzhou's expression changed. Yang Kai's words suggested that he was going to settle accounts with those who were living instead. Knowing that the crisis was unavoidable, Yuchi Chengzhou secretly sighed and cupped his fist. Regardless of his reasons, Ling Chunqiu was the great elder of Boundless Altar. As he has offended Sect Master Yang and Voidland, we'll have to bear some responsibility. Since you've come all the way here, we're willing to pay a price in the hope of appeasing your wrath. Please give us a chance to live. After he finished speaking, the people behind him appeared vexed. No one would feel pleased when they had to act so subservient in their own headquarters. However, none of them dared to express their fury. The Altar Master's obsequious behavior suggested the other party was too formidable. If they got into a conflict, Boundless Altar would suffer a huge loss. It's surprising to know that you're such a sensible person, Altar Master Yuchi. Yang Kai looked meaningfully at him. He was initially filled with murderous intent as he was ready to help the proprietress vent her anger here, but was rendered almost speechless by Yuchi Chengzhou's eloquence. Since the other party was acting so polite, his murderous intent subsided. With a lowered gaze, Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before declaring, since you're willing to offer some compensation, Altar Master Yuchi, we can certainly talk it out. Yuchi Chengzhou breathed a sigh of relief. What demands do you have, Sect Master Yang? Yang Kai replied dispassionately. When the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, I declared in front of Ling Chunqiu and all others present to hear that not only would I kill them, but I would also wipe out the sects behind them, down to the last chicken and dog. He had indeed said such a thing to both Ling Chunqiu and Qi Jin at that time. The expressions of Yuqi Chengzhou and the cultivators from Boundless Altar changed drastically upon hearing that. Yang Kai's cold voice went on to reverberate as he continued. This king initially intended to honor those words. However, since you're such a reasonable man, this king will give you two choices. Do you want me to destroy the sect or kill everyone here? Was there a difference between the two options? It seemed that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. Yuqi Qingshou sported a dark expression as he said in a grim voice, Sect Master Yang, we're willing to appease you, so why do you insist on acting ruthlessly? Yang Kai snorted. When the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, no one forced you all to join. Since you've committed the act, you must pay the price. One's mistakes must be paid for in kind. Yuqi Qingzhou said after a sigh, I'm the altar master of Boundless Altar. I'm already embarrassed that I'm not able to make the sect thrive, but the foundation of several tens of thousands of years cannot be destroyed on my watch. If you're so relentless, Sect Master Yang, don't blame us for offending you. You're courting death. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with coldness. You're fully aware that all of you can't go up against this king. Hua Yong, who was standing behind him, wore a menacing expression. He had just joined Voidland, so he desperately needed a chance to prove his worth. If a battle broke out, he would be the first to charge forward. Yuqi Qingzhou said in a grim voice, everyone dies eventually, the only difference is how soon it happens. Since the Great Elder made a mistake, we can't blame you for coming over to hold us accountable. However, there are no cowards in Boundless Altar. We shall live and die together with Boundless Altar. The cultivators behind him appeared incensed as they shouted, live and die together with Boundless Altar. Following some whooshing sounds, the auras of these open heaven realm masters spread around as the world forces undulated. A moved Yang Kai swept a glance over these cultivators and secretly sighed. Was this the heritage of a sect that had been in existence for several tens of thousands of years? Although they were lacking in strength, their sense of belonging and loyalty to their sect was far greater than those of younger great forces. Even though these people were all aware that they would lose their lives in this battle, they still refused to back down. Many appeared terrified, but none was willing to take a step back. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Since you've made such a decision, this king will stop persuading you. On the road to the Yellow Springs, at least you won't be lonely. He was determined to destroy Boundless Altar as this was related to the proprietress Heart Demon Oath, so there was no turning back. Although he respected their loyalty to their sect, that wouldn't stop him from demolishing Boundless Altar. Anyone who stood in the way of his martial Tao would be killed. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai raised his hand and was about to order his people to attack when suddenly he turned to stare at the deepest part of Boundless Altar and exclaimed. Maoxia and the others also sensed something as they looked in the same direction. A powerful aura seemed to have awakened in that place. Although the aura was only faintly exposed, it revealed that the owner was extraordinary. There was actually a sixth-order open heaven realm master in Boundless Altar. The revelation surprised Yang Kai. When he saw that Yuqi Chengzhou was only in the fifth-order open heaven realm, he thought that Boundless Altar was pretty weak. It wasn't until this moment that he realized he had underestimated the heritage of a sect that had been in existence for over 10,000 years. It wasn't that they didn't have a sixth-order open heaven realm master, the person just didn't want to reveal himself. If it weren't for Yang Kai and his group preparing to make their move, this person wouldn't have exposed himself at all. The ample aura suggested that the person's cultivation was truly incredible. Upon sensing the aura, Yuqi Qingzhou and the others looked in that direction and exclaimed, Old Ancestor. Just then, an old voice was heard coming from that direction. It seemed that he hadn't spoken for a long time, so his voice sounded hoarse. Little friend, will you please listen to this old master first? Yang Kai gazed in that direction as a glint flashed through his eyes. It was as though he was able to see across space and find out the person's whereabouts. Then he said impassively, Is there any advice you'd like to give me, old sir? The person replied, I wouldn't dare to give you any advice. I just hope that you'll come here and have a talk with me, little friend. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai nodded. Then he turned his head and ordered, All of you, wait for me here. A worried Hua Yong said, Sect Master, do you want me to go with you? There's no need for that. Yang Kai waved his hand and took a step forward. After he left the ship, his figure flickered and disappeared. All of them looked in the direction where the old voice came from. Yuqi Chengzhou and the others appeared ardent, as though they were hoping that their old ancestor would be able to solve this issue for them. Maoxia, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly said, "This old sir from your sect is about to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, right?" He too was at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, as he was just one step away from the 7th Order. Therefore, he was especially sensitive to this person's aura. However, he had suffered some losses in the shadowless cave heaven some time ago. Although he had returned to the 3,000 worlds, it would take him a long time before he could restore his lost strength. Yuqi Chengzhou replied, "Old ancestor has been cultivating in seclusion for 800 years. I have no idea about his current cultivation." Maoxia sneered, "Do you think your old ancestor can make him leave?" Yuqi Chengzhou turned to look at Maoxia, who then snorted, "You're too naive." He didn't explain anything after finishing his words. No one could understand how horrendous Xianxia was until they fought him head-on. Before coming across Xianxia, Maoxia believed that no one under the high-rank Open Heaven Realm was a match for him. There might be a small number of people who were as powerful as he was at most. After all, he was already at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Nevertheless, after one encounter with Xianxia, he realized that there was always someone out there who was stronger. That guy was no different from a monster, as he had condensed numerous high-rank elements. Although Xianxia was just a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm master, Maoxia speculated that his power was actually approaching the 7th Order. He wasn't certain about the power of this old ancestor from Boundless Altar, but he was sure that this old man was no match for Xianxia. He was at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but he had suffered a loss at Xianxia's hands. Now that another person of the same caliber was about to experience the same, Maoxia couldn't help but take pleasure in the other party's misfortune. If he was the only one who had suffered from this kind of setback, it would be too sad. No one knew what Xianxia and Boundless Altar's old ancestor talked about, and they couldn't even detect any energy fluctuations coming from them. But 2 hours later, a figure shot out from the deepest part of Boundless Altar. The person was clad in a gray robe that matched his hair and beard. With his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm aura, it was apparent that he was Boundless Altar's old ancestor. Yuqi Chengzhou and the others flew over as they cupped their fists as they bowed. "Old ancestor." The old ancestor took a glance at them and declared, "All of you, order the disciples to pack up now. We will leave within 1 hour." "Old ancestor." Yuqi Chengzhou's pupils contracted as he couldn't believe what he had just heard. But when he caught a glimpse of the blood at the corner of the old ancestor's mouth, he exclaimed, "You're injured." The old ancestor wasn't willing to delve into this topic, as he simply waved his hand. "Do it now." Certainly, Yuqi Chengzhou wouldn't dare to disobey. After taking a glance at the place where the old ancestor cultivated in seclusion, he clenched his teeth and cupped his fist, yes. Then the order was passed on to everyone. Soon, the entire Boundless Altar was bustling with noise as the disciples quickly packed up as many things as they could. 1 hour later, thousands of Boundless Altar's members gathered together in the same place. Many of them hadn't figured out what was going on. They just heard that a person named Xianxia from a force called Voidland suddenly barged into their home, and then they were ordered to leave. The old ancestor swept a glance over Boundless Altar's foundation that had stood strong for several tens of thousands of years. Although he was reluctant, he still turned his head and cupped his fist at Hua Yong and the others. "Please tell your sect master that this old master has complied with his demand and hope he gives us a chance to survive." Hua Yong nodded his head. "Don't worry. My sect master is a righteous person who won't kill others unnecessarily." It was then that the old ancestor nodded and cupped his fist again. "Farewell." Then, he turned around and led the thousands of Boundless Altar's members to leap into the sky, soon disappearing. The Open Heaven Realm Masters aboard Xianxia's ship exchanged puzzled glances. They initially thought that a battle was inevitable. Many of them had even rolled up their sleeves as they wanted to prove their worth to Xianxia. It never crossed their minds that the matter would be settled in such a way. They wondered what Xianxia had discussed with or done to Boundless Altar's old ancestor that made the latter easily give up his sect's foundation. Although they had no idea what had happened, they were certain that the old ancestor had suffered a loss at Xianxia's hands. Outside Boundless Altar, Yuchi Chengzhou and the others appeared humiliated as they followed behind their old ancestor. Although there were many people, none of them said anything, which made the atmosphere quite gloomy. All of a sudden, the old ancestor, who was leading the way, sprayed out a mouthful of blood which quickly boiled and evaporated in a horrifying display. Old ancestor! Yuchi Chengzhou quickly flew over. The old ancestor waved his hand with a dejected expression. It's true that there will always be young and talented people to replace the old. Such power at such a young age. Incredible! An embarrassed Yuchi Chengzhou said, "Forgive this junior for being so useless, dragging old ancestor into this mess. Our 10,000 years foundation was lost at my hands. Please punish me." The old ancestor shook his head. "It's not your fault. Moreover, as long as the people of Boundless Altar still live, our inheritance will never truly be lost. There are countless spirit provinces in the 3,000 worlds, so why should we worry about not rising again?" Yuchi Chengzhou felt crestfallen as the old ancestor consoled him. The old ancestor took a deep breath to suppress the weltering vitality in his chest, then asked, "What is the background of Void Land? Why do they hold a grudge against us?" Yuchi Chengzhou then reported to him the incident of the 100 Sects Alliance invading Void Land. The second elder provided some additional information once the sect master was finished. "Old ancestor, I heard Great Elder mention that he held some grudges against a woman named Lan Yu Rua. At that time, he joined forces with the leader of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, and ambushed that woman. The reason he took part in that alliance was that Voidland has some kind of close relationship with Lan Yu Rua. He was trying to lure them out so that he could destroy them once and for all." Golden Rainbow Province? Old ancestor arched his brow upon hearing that. "Yes." The second elder bowed his head. Yuchi Chengzhou said, "It seems that those from Voidland are trying to settle accounts. That's why they invaded Boundless Altar today. I guess Golden Rainbow Province won't be able to avoid this calamity either." A glint flashed through the old ancestor's eyes as he said, "Get someone to head to Golden Rainbow Province and tell them what happened here today." A shocked Yuchi Chengzhou said, "Old ancestor, we're neither family or friends with Golden Rainbow Province, so why should we inform them about it?" It wasn't that he wanted to take pleasure in Golden Rainbow Province's pending misfortune, he just didn't find it necessary to inform them about it. Those from Voidland were determined to destroy Boundless Altar, and this old master is too weak to repel them. However, perhaps there are others who can teach them a lesson in our place. The fact that Boundless Altar was destroyed was definitely an irresolvable blood feud. However, he was unable to get his revenge since he wasn't strong enough. He had no choice but to remain silent about it. Nevertheless, he wouldn't mind seeing those from Voidland suffer some losses or even lose some lives. Since the old ancestor had given the order, they wouldn't dare to disobey him despite the fact that they were puzzled. The second elder offered to do it and left the team before heading towards Golden Rainbow Province. The other party might not believe them if the messenger wasn't of some importance, and since Great Elder Ling Chunqiu had lost his life in Voidland, the second elder was the best suited to do this job. After taking a look in the direction of the sect's foundation, the old ancestor heaved a sigh. If he'd known such a calamity would befall Boundless Altar, he would have broken through to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm sooner in order to save their inheritance. However, it was too late now. Everyone from Boundless Altar was now gone, leaving only the dozens of Open Heaven realm masters that came with Xianxia behind in the spacious Spirit Province. They hadn't been able to detect any movements coming from Xianxia since he went over to meet with Boundless Altar's old ancestor. However, these Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters could sense that his aura was stable, and he didn't show any signs of injuries, so there was nothing to worry about. They reckoned that they could settle down in Boundless Altar for now since this place was beautiful and full of world energy. Although all the valuable items were gone, the buildings were naturally immovable, so they found some places to stay as they cultivated and waited patiently. 2 months later, a roar was heard coming from the deepest part of Boundless Altar, one so thunderous that the entire sky shook. All of them turned to look in that direction. Mao Zhen narrowed his eyes as he could clearly sense the joy in Yang Kai's heart through the resounding roar, as though the latter had gained some kind of immense enlightenment. More importantly, Yang Kai's cultivation seemed to have improved. That revelation stunned Mao Zhen. As a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master himself, He knew that it was extremely difficult to take a step forward in this order. So how was it possible that Xianxia had grown significantly in such a short time? Was he really a monster? Mao Zhe wasn't aware that when they were passing through the tornado divine ability back then, Xianxia lured the wind spirits into his body and killed them, which greatly nourished his small universe and saved him over 100 years of secluded cultivation. When he met up with Boundless Alter's old ancestor, even though they didn't engage in a life-and-death battle, they had exchanged some moves. Despite the fact that the old ancestor had used all his power, he was still injured by Xianxia. If this wasn't the case, he wouldn't have ordered the disciples of Boundless Altar to evacuate. The reason the old ancestor decided to back down was that he realized he was no match for Xianxia. He wasn't even able to defeat Xianxia, to say nothing of the fact that the latter had brought more Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with him. If it came down to a fight, everyone from Boundless Altar would die. The fact that he was able to leave with his disciples safely was already the best possible outcome. When they traded moves at that time, Xianxia suddenly comprehended something, which was why he hurriedly started cultivating in seclusion, and it wasn't until this moment that he finished. In fact, Xianxia's cultivation hadn't increased a lot. After all, it had only been a short time since he ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, and coupled with the fact that he had been nourished by the world forces left behind by the deceased wind spirits, his own heritage was already quite rich. The reason Mao Zhe felt this way was that Xianxia's Sixth-Order aura had become increasingly stable. Upon seeing that Xianxia had left the place where he cultivated in seclusion, everyone went over and greeted him. Sect Master! Hua Yong and Shu Mudan cupped their fists. Xianxia nodded gently and swept a glance over them before ordering, "Destroy this place." Upon receiving the order, all of them began using their divine abilities. Several tens of thousands of years of inheritance had been accumulated in this beautiful spirit province as over the millennia countless open heaven realm masters had passed away in this place. After their deaths, their small universes fell apart and their world forces were partially absorbed by Boundless Altar to strengthen its own heritage. It was a shame to just destroy it like this. However, since Xianxia had given the order, they had to obey. It wasn't difficult to demolish a place no one was defending. Dozens of Open Heaven Realm Masters joined forces and turned Boundless Altar into a shattered spirit province in just 2 hours. On the deck, Xianxia stood beside the proprietress as they watched the sight in silence. The proprietress remained silent, and it wasn't until a long time later that she sighed. She wasn't a ruthless person. Although she had a fiery temperament, she still couldn't bear to see a spirit province being destroyed just because of her oath from back then. At that time, she was truly incensed because Bai Qi was disturbed while ascending to the open heaven realm, almost dying as a result. That was the reason she made such a heart demon oath against Ling Chunqiu and Qi Jin. Now that she was restricted by the oath, she had to fulfill it if she wanted to make it to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Fortunately, the way Xianxia settled the issue was as peaceful as possible, as he didn't injure any innocent people in the process, which was acceptable. She could never have expected that the little shophand she forcefully brought back to First Inn in the past would so quickly become such a successful master. Not only had he saved her from the shadowless cave heaven, but he also owned void land and commanded many powerful cultivators. It only took Xianxia a couple of decades to achieve things that would normally take others thousands or even tens of thousands of years to do. Hua Yong returned with the other cultivators as he cupped his fist and reported, "Sect Master, Boundless Altar is gone for good." Xianxia nodded. "Let's go." Since Boundless Altar was destroyed, his next destination would be Golden Rainbow Province. As the ship accelerated, it turned into a ray of red light and shot towards the nearest territory gate. The proprietress suddenly said the old ancestor from Boundless Altar could have ascended to the Seventh Order before now. Xianxia was spacing out when he heard that, then he frowned and nodded. I agree. If she hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have pondered on this issue. It was apparent to him that the old ancestor was at the very peak of the Sixth Order and was about to ascend to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Although Boundless Altar was just a second-class great force, they should have enough resources to support the old ancestor's ascension given their years of accumulation. However, the fact was that the old man had been stuck at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm all this time. Perhaps he wasn't not confident enough? Or Perhaps he lost the drive to continue striving forward due to his old age, so he wouldn't dare to give it a try. Yang Kai pondered. The old ancestor was indeed quite aged, and his vitality was clearly declining. He was no longer in the prime years to attempt an ascension to the seventh order open heaven realm. The ascension from the sixth order to the seventh order was equivalent to the process of rebirth. Once the person succeeded, their strength would increase tremendously. However, one mistake would cost them their life. No one would easily attempt a breakthrough if they weren't confident enough.
That might be so, the proprietress said impassively, but another reason might be that he wasn't willing to reach the seventh order. A curious Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean? Don't cultivators always aspire to achieve greater heights?"
Since he is able to do so, why isn't he willing to take that step forward? To the side, Mao's expression changed as he gazed at the proprietress and asked in horror, "Could the rumors be true?" "What rumors?" Yang Kai asked inquisitively. Mao furrowed his brow. "Sir, have you ever thought about why there isn't even a single high-rank open heaven realm master in all the second-class great forces? According to the classifications of great forces in the 3,000 worlds, a great force with even one mid-rank open heaven realm master would be considered second-class, and a great force with high-rank open heaven realm masters would theoretically be first-class. Since this is how the great forces are classified, many second-class great forces should eventually become first-class given enough time. That's because after millennia of accumulation, some people must be able to make it to the seventh order open heaven realm. Yang Kai's expression changed as he nodded.
You have a point. Although the second-class great forces were not comparable to the cave heavens and paradises in terms of their heritages, at least some of them had to have been able to nurture disciples who directly broke through to the fifth order open heaven realm.
For example, Zhou Yi, whose body was taken over by Black Crow Divine Monarch when Yang Kai came across him in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, came from a second-class great force, Great Thousand Bloodland. After Black Crow Divine Monarch took over his body, he used it as a base and ascended to the fifth order open heaven realm. In other words, Zhou Yi was supposedly able to make it to the fifth order himself.
Given enough aptitude and opportunities, he should have been able to ascend to the seventh order open heaven realm someday. Once he did, Great Thousand Bloodland would become a first-class great force. As time passed, it might even become a part of the cave heavens and paradises.
Over the years, Zhou Yi was certainly not the only one who was nurtured in Great Thousand Bloodland. Over their entire history, Great Thousand Bloodland must have raised tens of thousands of disciples, of which at least a handful should have similar aptitude to Zhou Yi. However, in the end, Great Thousand Bloodland remained a second-class great force as they didn't have a single high-rank open heaven realm master. The other top second-class great forces should be in similar situations. Where were the core disciples that had directly made it to the fifth order open heaven realm over the years then?
It was impossible that no one had managed to ascend to the seventh order open heaven realm. Questions naturally arose when they looked at the issue from this perspective.
The proprietress took a glance at Mao and asked, "What kind of rumors did you hear?" With a dark expression, Mao replied, "In order to sustain their statuses in the 3,000 worlds, those from the cave heavens and paradises would make a move once anyone outside their own ranks tried to reach the seventh order open heaven realm. They would either nip the crisis in the bud or force that new high-rank open heaven realm master to join their great forces so that they can strictly supervise them." The expressions of Hua Yong and the others changed drastically when they heard that, and Hua Yong anxiously asked,
"Are you serious?" He and his wife were both in the sixth order open heaven realm, so it was just a matter of time before they tried to reach the seventh order.
If Mao's words were true, they would have to think twice about reaching the seventh order open heaven realm. Otherwise, those cave heavens and paradises might target them when they achieved an ascension. Mao shook his head. "It's just a rumor I heard.
I have no idea whether it's true. If the rumors were true, it would explain why there wasn't even a single high-rank open heaven realm master in all the second-class great forces in the entire 3,000 worlds.
It wasn't that no one was capable of ascending to the seventh order, but rather that once they broke through, they would be brought back to the cave heavens and paradises to be put under strict supervision. The old ancestor from Boundless Altar certainly had the resources to reach the seventh order open heaven realm, but he still wasn't willing to do so. Perhaps that was what he was worried about as well. Yang Kai's face fell as Mao Zhe's words reminded him of his own experience. He was targeted back then because he was trying to directly ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. In the end, he was forced to become a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was only then that Tizhang and the others let him off. The cave heavens and paradises would never allow him to directly ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm as they suppressed him at all costs. However, the idea that they would also stifle the cultivators who made it to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm through years of accumulation was absolutely intolerable. Rumors are a terrifying thing indeed. The proprietress shook her head with a helpless smile. I've heard such rumors as well, and many people believe them to be true. They're not. Mao Zhe frowned. Of course not. The proprietress shook her head. Although the cave heavens and paradises could be overbearing sometimes, they can't control everything and everyone in this world. They would appear far too petty if they would even butt into such affairs. How could such short-sighted and narrow-minded people ever become truly powerful and respected? As a shopkeeper of First Inn, the proprietress had a lot of connections and she was adept at gathering information. Moreover, First Inn was the property of an elder from Shen Yuan Cave Heaven named Situ Kong, so it was related to the aforementioned Cave Heaven. Therefore, she definitely knew better than most people about this kind of information. Since she had said it wasn't the case, it must be the truth. Although the rumors are false, the reason those 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the 2nd-class Great Forces are not willing to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm does have something to do with the cave heavens and paradises. As for the exact reason, the proprietress shook her head and fell silent, apparently unwilling to disclose anything more. Mao Zhe and the others exchanged glances as they felt like they were on tenterhooks. However, since the proprietress wasn't willing to explain anything, they were not in any place to force her. In any case, the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the scene were worried about ascending to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm in the future. The proprietress' words suggested that it might not be a good thing to reach the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. The heritages of those 2nd-class Great Forces are not as simple as they seem either, as their inheritances stretch back for many millennia. If they're faced with a crisis that would destroy their sex, they might just display a power that is unimaginable under normal circumstances. The proprietress turned to look at Yang Kai. Although Golden Rainbow Province isn't famous now, they have existed for far longer than Boundless Altar. Several tens of thousands of years ago, Golden Rainbow Province had a heritage that was approaching that of the 72 Paradises. However, they slowly declined for some reason. Yang Kai was astounded. I can't believe Golden Rainbow Province was so powerful in the past. If they were approaching the level of the 72 Paradises in the past, they should have been able to raise multiple high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. When a person reached the high-rank Open Heaven Realm, they could easily live for several tens of thousands of years. It wasn't certain what happened to Golden Rainbow Province that led to their downfall, but now, even the former Lord of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, was only in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. With that said, what happened in Boundless Altar should serve as a warning to Yang Kai. His encounter in Boundless Altar made him realize that these long-time great forces might have some hidden powers, so he should never let his guard down. Otherwise, he was bound to suffer a setback. The proprietress said with a smile, "These great forces must have some capital in order to gain a footing in the 3,000 worlds. Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar are the epitomes of such great forces. You must not be so reckless when you go about your business in the outside world. Don't oppress any 2nd-class great force as you please, for some of them might be concealing high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters." A shocked Yang Kai asked, "If a 2nd-class great force has a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, wouldn't that make it 1st class?" The proprietress shook her head. "It doesn't work that way. When people mention 1st-class great forces, they're talking about the cave heavens and paradises. Those that are under cave heavens and paradises cannot be considered 1st class." A solemn Yang Kai said, "Got it." He looked in Golden Rainbow Province's direction and wondered how much heritage they had. The ship continued moving forward. Yang Kai had been to Golden Rainbow territory once before, when Bai Qi was about to ascend to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. The proprietress brought him and Bai Qi to this great territory, and it was in this place that they were besieged by Qi Jin, Ling Chunqiu, and the others. Bai Qi was disturbed during his breakthrough and almost lost his life as a result. The reason the proprietress brought Yang Kai to that place was to let him observe the process of ascending to the open heaven realm so that he could gain some experience from it. At that time, he had only condensed his wood and fire element powers, but now he was a sixth-order open heaven master. Things had changed greatly even though not long had passed. Faced with the siege of those open heaven realm masters, Yang Kai, an emperor realm cultivator back then, was unable to do anything. In the end, he had to use one of Miemeng's golden feathers to kill a fourth-order open heaven realm master, thus alleviating some of the proprietress' burden. Now that he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master though, a fourth-order open heaven realm master was no different from an ant in his eyes. Although Golden Rainbow Province sounded like a third-class great force, it was second-class in reality. It was just that they had been in existence for a long time, so they didn't want to bother changing their name. Golden Rainbow Province was undoubtedly the ruler in Golden Rainbow Territory. Just like the status of Void Land in Void Territory, Golden Rainbow Province was in charge of more than 10 third-class great forces and dozens of universe worlds of different sizes in this great territory. There was an expansive spirit province hovering in the void, and its natural landscape was as beautiful as a painting. There were some light barriers around the spirit province that reflected the view around the void, and in front of every light barrier stood a Golden Rainbow Province disciple that was staring out intently, as though they were waiting for something. All of a sudden, a ship appeared right in front of a certain light barrier as the vessel charged towards Golden Rainbow Province. The disciple responsible for guarding the light barrier straightened up and performed different hand seals as the reflection of the light barrier magnified before his eyes. Soon, the figures on the deck clearly came into his sight. After making out the appearance of a particular man, the disciple yelled, "He really came!" Just then, Yang Kai, who was standing on the deck, turned to look in a direction and snorted before pushing out his palm. The power of the palm seemed able to move both time and space in silence. The light barrier in front of Golden Rainbow Province that reflected the ship broke apart in an instant. The open heaven realm master, who was guarding the light barrier, was sent flying away as though he had been struck by lightning. He sprayed out a mouthful of blood, then got to his feet with difficulty. His expression had been transformed by horror. Void spying secret technique was a method used by those from Golden Rainbow Province to monitor their surroundings. It was supposed to be silent and impossible to detect. However, the other party had noticed his observation and even harmed him by pushing out his palm from afar. It had to be noted that it would still take the ship 2 or more hours before it reached Golden Rainbow Province. The person on the ship was clearly extraordinarily powerful since he was able to send the force of his palm across such a vast distance. Given the disciple's cultivation, he was probably as fragile as an ant in front of that person. Not daring to be negligent, he immediately sent a message to the higher-ups. On the deck, Yang Kai lowered his gaze and fell into his thoughts. They seemed to be monitoring the surroundings from every angle in Golden Rainbow Province. Are they guarding against someone? He had a feeling that something was off, but he wasn't able to put his finger on it. On a certain spirit peak in Golden Rainbow Province, the new leader Changqi Shui abruptly opened his eyes as a glint flashed through his gaze. Then he said, "That person is here. The very survival of Golden Rainbow Province hinges on all of us. Fellow brothers, I hope you'll be united with me to fend off our enemies." The previous leader of Golden Rainbow Province was Qi Jin. However, just like Ling Chunqiu, he was killed in Voidland. Since he was dead, those from Golden Rainbow Province had to elect a new leader. Just like Qi Jin, Changqi Shui was also a fifth-order open heaven realm master, one of the remaining 3 in Golden Rainbow Province. As Changqi Shui spoke, 2 grunts of agreement came from the void. "Left and right protectors, come with me to greet our guests." Changqi Shui rose from where he was sitting, and then 2 rays of light shot from 2 different peaks and stood behind him. They were the 2 protectors of Golden Rainbow Province who were both fifth-order open heaven realm masters. All 3 fifth-order masters of Golden Rainbow Province were present, which went to show how highly they regarded these visitors. With that said, it wasn't like they could take the visitors lightly. About 1 month ago, Boundless Altar's second elder unexpectedly came to visit them. Thinking that the other party might have some serious matters to discuss, Changqi Shui personally greeted him. Then, he heard a piece of terrible news from the second elder. Boundless Altar was destroyed, and its thousands of disciples were now homeless. What was worse, Golden Rainbow Province was probably next.
Xianxia Shui was flabbergasted, but upon some probing, he learned that it was the doing of Voidland's Yang Kai. The previous leader Qi Jin had followed the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, to invade Voidland. Everyone in Golden Rainbow Province was aware of that fact.
In the end, Qi Jin was killed in battle, along with all the disciples and elders who went with him. There were not a lot of Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Golden Rainbow Province to begin with, and Qi Jin was the strongest among them, but he was killed mercilessly.
It could be said that the battle had caused immense losses to Golden Rainbow Province. Recently, they had been staying in Golden Rainbow territory. In fact, they had thought about avenging the former leader's death. Regardless of what the grudges were between Qi Jin and Voidland or who was in the wrong, those from Golden Rainbow Province couldn't pretend that nothing had happened since their leader was killed. However, they could only remain silent since they were not powerful enough to seek revenge.
It never crossed their minds that those from Voidland would be so relentless as to launch an attack on Boundless Altar and force all of its members to flee.
According to Boundless Altar's second elder, Yang Kai had only brought with him about 70 people. Despite that, they were all in the Open Heaven Realm, and there were 6 or 7 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Such a lineup was truly terrifying. Upon hearing the second elder's words, Xianxia Shui felt his heart sinking as a coldness came over his entire figure. There were only 3 Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Golden Rainbow Province, but they were now faced with 7 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? How were they supposed to survive? The two parties weren't even on the same level. When their enemies knocked on their door, Golden Rainbow Province would be destroyed with ease. After the second elder from Boundless Altar revealed the information to them, he left in a hurry.
On the other hand, Xianxia Shui and the other elders of Golden Rainbow Province felt like they were on pins and needles. If the second elder's words were true, Yang Kai would never let Golden Rainbow Province off. It was just a matter of time before he arrived at their sect.
None of them could come up with any solution, as in the face of absolute power, all plots were meaningless. In the end, they decided to report the matter to their old ancestor who had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time so that she could make a decision. The old ancestor was a supreme being in Golden Rainbow Province. However, since she had been cultivating in seclusion for nearly 3,000 years, other than a small number of elders, most weren't even aware she existed. Xianxia Shui had met the old ancestor once when he was an Emperor Realm Junior in the past and had never seen her since. He wasn't even sure whether the old ancestor was still alive or not.
Nevertheless, before the old ancestor entered seclusion back then, she was already a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. 3,000 years had passed, so she was probably very close to the Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm. Given her cultivation, she might be able to force those from Voidland back. Xianxia Shui paid a visit to the old ancestor, who was in a restricted area of Golden Rainbow Province. However, he wasn't able to meet her and could only speak to her from a distance. Upon hearing his report, the old ancestor told him to leave. Before that, she assured Xianxia Shui that their sect would be fine. She would make sure that their enemies wouldn't leave alive should they have the guts to appear. Xianxia Shui set his mind at ease upon getting such assurances, as he speculated that the old ancestor must have ascended to the Seventh Order. If not, the old ancestor wouldn't have said such a thing. It had to be noted that many Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland were coming. So unless there was a Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Master around, it would be impossible for them to repel the enemy. On a magnificent spirit peak stood Xianxia Shui as he looked into the distance. Soon, a ship from the void came into his sight as the vessel charged towards him. "They're here," he bellowed and raised his hand. "Start the array." Upon receiving the order, the cultivators of Golden Rainbow Province, who were well prepared, activated the Grand Array as layers of light barriers lit up around the Spirit Province. In the blink of an eye, 8 barriers had been formed. Golden Rainbow Province had been in existence longer than Boundless Altar, and at the peak of their power, they were approaching the strength of the 72 Paradises. Although many of the top cultivators were gone since their downfall, they still had a significant inheritance built up over the eons. Their strength was manifested in the Grand Array that had just been activated. The layers of light barriers appeared extremely sturdy as they surrounded Golden Rainbow Province. It was as though they were able to withstand the most violent storms in the world. The strength of a great force's heritage was evident in two aspects. One of them was the power of their grand array. The more ample their heritage was, the more powerful the grand array would be. Secondly, it was the support their disciples would get when ascending to the open heaven realm. The open heaven realm masters of every great force, if possible, would return to their sect before their predestined time of death. After they died, their small universes would collapse, and their world force would partially assimilate into the sect, which was how their heritage was strengthened. The small universe of a cultivator was full of the traces of their grand Tao, the essence of their entire martial Tao. This kind of Tao essence would also permeate the place alongside their world force and remain in the sect. If any disciples in the future comprehended the same kind of grand Tao as their ancestors, they would be able to obtain part of this inheritance and enhance their chances of ascending to the open heaven realm. For these two reasons, any great force in the world was extremely concerned about the accumulation of heritage in their own headquarters. The heritage of Golden Rainbow Province was truly extraordinary as it had been gathered and built up over tens of thousands of years. Although the Grand Array wasn't as abstruse as Voidland's 9 heavenly layers, in terms of pure defensive strength it was equal to, if not better than, the latter. After all, it had only been a short time since Voidland was founded. The predecessor, Seven Wonders Land, was also a second-class great force, but it was at best average among second-class forces. Even though its heritage had been accumulated over many years, it wasn't comparable to that of Golden Rainbow Province. When the heritage of Voidland became more ample after thousands to tens of thousands of years, the power of 9 heavenly layers would be significantly strengthened. Therefore, despite knowing that about 7 sixth-order open heaven realm masters and dozens of masters below the 6th order from Voidland had arrived, Xianxia Shui still had the confidence to fend them off. Besides the promise from the old ancestor, he still had the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province. They might not have as many open heaven realm masters as those from Voidland, but they had the power to fight since the grand array was in place. On the ship's deck, Xianxia gazed silently at the spirit province, which was protected by a glistening grand array, and snorted. So they've been waiting for us. Earlier, he felt that something was off when he noticed that those from Golden Rainbow Province were monitoring their surroundings as he wondered who the people were that they were wary of. It wasn't until this moment that he found out those from Golden Rainbow Province were guarding against him and his companions. How did those from Golden Rainbow Province find out that Xianxia was coming, thus allowing them to get prepared in advance? The only explanation was that someone from Boundless Altar had come over to warn them. Xianxia snorted. Do they think they'll be safe by hiding behind their grand array? Nah, Voidland's 9 heavenly layers weren't able to persevere for long when they were besieged previously, let alone the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province. At that time, the 100 Sects Alliance seemed to have many people on their side, but there were only a small number of top masters among them. The Open Heaven Realm masters behind Xianxia were much stronger on average than those from the Alliance. In just a moment, the ship reached a spot that wasn't far away from the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province. Atop the deck, Xianxia looked through the grand array and saw that the natural landscape in the Spirit Province was as beautiful as a painting. They did have an extraordinary heritage. On the highest spirit peak stood 3 figures as they looked silently in Xianxia's direction. The person at the front was a muscular and decent-looking man. As their eyes met, this man yelled, "Who are you?" "Voidland's Xianxia." Xianxia replied and shot him a glance. "Who are you?" "Golden Rainbow Province's Xianxia Shui." The man at the front replied before asking, "Why have you come all the way here to Golden Rainbow Province, Brother Yang?" Xianxia looked down at him and said, "The previous leader of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, invaded Voidland for no reason. This king is here to seek justice from your noble sect." Xianxia Shui frowned. "What kind of justice are you seeking, Brother Yang?" Xianxia grinned at him. "An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Since you all tried to exterminate my sect before, I am here to return the favor in kind." Xianxia Shui's face fell as he bellowed, "Stop boasting shamelessly, Brother Yang. Do you think we are pushovers? Although we may be weak now, it doesn't mean you can oppress us as you please." Qi Jin offended you and he only has himself to blame that he was killed in Voidland. When we learned of this matter, we allowed the matter to drop and have no intention of avenging him. However, if anyone dares to invade our sect, all of us from Golden Rainbow Province will fight with you until our death. Yang Kai gazed dispassionately at him and said, "The reason this king has come all the way here is to destroy your sect, but I'm not interested in unnecessary killing. However, if you dare to resist, many innocents won't be able to see the sunrise tomorrow, so please think twice." Xianxia Shui roared, "None of the disciples from Golden Rainbow Province is a coward. If you're really concerned about the potential loss of innocent lives, leave now and the grudges between us will be considered settled. However, if you remain obstinate, you are the ones who will end up in a horrible state." Yang Kai bared his fangs. "It seems that you're determined to struggle until death. Do you really think your grand array can stop this king? Well, you'll have to try to find out." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll grant your wish then. I hope you'll remain obstinate until the very end. Don't wail in pain while you die later." Then, Yang Kai raised his hand and swung it down as he coldly ordered, "Kill!" The cultivators on the deck had been waiting for this moment. Previously, they were prepared to prove their worth in Boundless Altar. Since they had decided to join Voidland, they had to prove to Yang Kai that they were valuable to the sect. Unfortunately, there wasn't any conflict in Boundless Altar, as Yang Kai managed to settle the issue without taking any lives. As a result, none of them had a chance to showcase their capabilities. Certainly, they hoped to see those from Golden Rainbow Province remain stubborn. Following Yang Kai's order, the dozens of Open Heaven Realm Masters on the ship turned into rays of light and took a plunge. The next moment, countless divine abilities struck the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province, causing the light barriers to flicker as ripples spread across its surface. The sight was truly horrifying. On the Spirit Peak, Changqi Shui turned pale as he could feel the energy fluctuations coming from his enemies. The second elder from Boundless Altar was right to say that there were 7 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, which made Changqi Shui feel jealous. Golden Rainbow Province only had 1 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, the old ancestor who had been cultivating in seclusion for 3,000 years. On the other hand, those from Voidland could easily deploy 7 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Both parties were not equally matched at all. Fortunately, they had the Grand Array in place. If these attacks actually struck the Spirit Province, none of them could have warded off their enemies. Many of them would have been injured or killed for even trying to resist. Loud booms were continuously heard as the violent attacks landed on the Grand Array, which caused the entire Golden Rainbow Province to tremble. The disciples turned ashen as they looked up at the sky in horror. The disciples who were in charge of the Grand Array were madly pouring their strength into it to keep it operating. All of them knew that once the Grand Array was broken through, they would be killed ruthlessly. Only by keeping the Grand Array running could they hope to fend off the enemies. However, regardless of how sturdy the defense was, it couldn't possibly endure a constant bombardment of attacks. Back then, after Grandmaster Wu Liang was done arranging the 9 heavenly layers, he passed the array jade to Yang Kai and told him that the array was solid enough to endure the attacks of 10 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters for several days. The mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters he was talking about should be in the 6th order, just below the 7th order. In fact, when the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, the 9 heavenly layers actually didn't last for long. It wasn't that Grandmaster Wu Liang's calculations were wrong. Instead, it was because they didn't have enough energy supply. On another note, Yang Kai had the intention of luring the enemies into the sect, so he intentionally opened up the Grand Array. If even the 9 heavenly layers wasn't invincible, there was no way the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province could last for a long time either. In just a quarter hour, the first of the 8 light barriers broke apart, which caused a commotion in Golden Rainbow Province as the disciples became apprehensive. The myriad of divine abilities continued to blossom as the Open Heaven Realm Masters on Yang Kai's side had no reservation when it came to casting their attacks. Changqi Shui was anxious as he kept looking in the direction where the old ancestor cultivated. At this rate, it would only take half a day before the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province was destroyed. If the old ancestors still hadn't appeared by then, they wouldn't be able to stave off these ferocious people on their own, which would be as good as giving up and dying. However, Despite the fact that the Grand Array was under attack, no movements could be felt coming from the old ancestor's place. Chang Chi Shui was unable to figure out the old ancestor's intention, nor did he have any idea about what she was waiting for. He felt like he was standing on pins and needles. There was nothing else he could do other than urge the disciples to keep the Grand Array running. Another quarter-hour later, the second layer of light barriers came apart, followed by the third and the fourth layers of light barriers.
Seeing that there was only one barrier left, Chang Chi Shui decided to stop defending passively and ordered, "Change the array." Upon receiving the order, the disciples who were in charge of the Grand Array activated their powers to make a shift happen in the array.
In an instant, the wind gusted and the water rose. The entire Golden Rainbow province was suddenly shrouded in a thick layer of mist, allowing no one to see through it. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he snorted. "How dare you show off this kind of paltry trick in front of this king?
Come with me." After he finished speaking, Yang Kai led the way and charged forward, followed by dozens of people who soon disappeared into the mist. They were unable to see clearly in the mist, and even their divine senses were greatly restricted. Also, there seemed to be a great danger lurking in the mist waiting to burst out. Rumbling sounds were suddenly heard as a world-shaking force undulated.
The force far surpassed the fifth-order open heaven realm and reached the sixth order in scale. Other than the old ancestor who had been in seclusion for a long time, Golden Rainbow Province didn't have sixth-order open heaven realm masters. The reason they were able to unleash such an attack was that they had made use of the Grand Array. Exclamations were heard as some of the cultivators from Void Land, who were inside the mist, were struck. Some of the low-rank open heaven realm masters were instantly killed due to negligence. As the Grand Array's power blossomed, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression and released his divine sense. The next instant, his expression changed drastically as he yelled, "There are some weird creatures in the mist. Be careful." He could detect that there were a lot of tiny insects hiding in the mist that were not visible to the eye. While they were unsuspecting, these insects snuck into their bodies through the pores and began draining their blood essence.
As Yang Kai spoke, he surged his Golden Crow's true fire. In an instant, a layer of black flames started burning around his figure as though he had turned into a fireball, illuminating a radius of 1,000 meters around himself. Crackling sounds were continuously heard as the Golden Crow's true fire burned the tiny insects in the mist. Yang Kai flew forward, and wherever he went, the insects were instantly killed. However, due to the fact that his divine sense had been restricted, he was unable to find out the enemy's whereabouts. At the same time, he had to be careful not to accidentally hurt his companions, so his movements were rather restricted. It wasn't until this moment that he had a taste of what the 100 Sex Alliance went through when they barged into the bewildering array of 9 heavenly layers, and it was certainly awful. Although the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province wasn't as abstruse as the 9 heavenly layers, there were indeed some similarities. A second-class great force like Golden Rainbow Province was able to ward off Yang Kai's powerful subordinates using their accumulated heritage. In the entire 3,000 worlds, basically every great force had their own Grand Array. Now, Yang Kai realized if he rashly decided to invade a sect's headquarters, he might still suffer a setback even though there was a huge gap in power between both parties. The reason he was able to easily take down Boundless Altar some time ago was that they were unprepared for what was about to befall them. Before they could even activate their Grand Array, Yang Kai had broken through it and barged into the sect. If Boundless Altar had prepared in advance and activated their Grand Array, there would have been an intense battle. Rumbling sounds were continuously heard as more people shrieked, and it wasn't certain whether it was the enemies or Yang Kai's subordinates who were screaming. Yang Kai was incensed as he had come with a large group of Open Heaven Realm Masters in an imposing manner. If he wasn't even able to take down Golden Rainbow Province, he would become a laughingstock in the future. As he shook his figure, the Golden Crow was heard cawing. A great sun leaped into the sky from behind him with a 3-legged exotic bird seeming flying around within it. In an instant, a dazzling sun hung above the sky of Golden Rainbow Province. Regardless of how thick the mist was, it was unable to block out the sunlight. Under the scorching sunlight, the mist instantly evaporated and the tiny insects hidden within were all killed. Golden Crow casts the sun was a divine manifestation that Yang Kai had comprehended that was extremely powerful. In order not to accidentally hurt his companions, he was unable to fully activate its power. Therefore, he had been careful when using it. Despite that, after the mist dissipated, many of his subordinates were seen with reddened faces, and their skin that was exposed to the air was covered in blisters. The weaker cultivators were more severely affected, while cultivators in the fourth order open heaven realm and above were less impacted. With the mist gone, they were able to see their enemies clearly. Certainly, Wuxia and the others who were quite frustrated already wouldn't miss this opportunity and instantly charge towards the exposed array nodes. Soon, people were heard shrieking as the disciples of Golden Rainbow Province, who were in charge of the array nodes, were completely powerless to stop Wuxia and the others and were directly killed. In just over 10 breaths of time, the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province was completely destroyed. On the main spirit peak, Xianxia Shui shuddered in fear as though he had been struck by lightning. He watched as the disciples were slaughtered, but there was nothing he could do to help them. He let out a sigh, thinking that Golden Rainbow Province would be destroyed on this day if the old ancestor still didn't appear. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had retracted Golden Crow casts the sun as he stared coldly at Xianxia Shui, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Without moving his figure, he raised his hand and pushed out his palm towards Xianxia Shui. He had given the other party a chance. If those from Golden Rainbow Province gave up on resisting like those from Boundless Altar had done, he wouldn't have decided to kill them ruthlessly. Since they were still so obstinate though, they only had themselves to blame. Faced with the pressure from a Sixth Order's Open Heaven Realm Master, Xianxia Shui was forced to lower his figure as he felt the aura of death engulfing him. Just then, Yang Kai suddenly narrowed his eyes and balled up his fist instead as he summoned his Azure Dragon Spear, then thrust it out. Before the spear even reached Xianxia Shui, a slender hand abruptly appeared in front of him like a phantom. The fingers curled up, then nonchalantly flicked at the spear 3 times. An immense force burst forth and Yang Kai felt as though a mountain had crashed into his spear. He almost lost grip of his weapon as his figure shook and moved backwards. His face had also turned pale. At the same time, Wuxia and the others noticed this and looked over in the direction where the slender hand appeared. There a woman with a delicate brow and long hair that hung over her shoulders appeared. Her purple dress with a belt around the waist fluttered in the wind. She looked like she was about 28 years old, which was the prime age for a woman. Her peaks were tall and her waist was slender. If they came across such a woman somewhere else, they would have thought that she was a young woman who had just come of age. However, presently, this woman was exuding an aura that no one could ignore. That was the aura of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Other than a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, no one else could so easily ward off his attack, and the woman's aura proved his point. There was no doubt that she was a newly advanced 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai had previously gone through such a stage. After he ascended to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, he was unable to curb his aura since his cultivation hadn't stabilized yet. This young woman was in exactly the same situation. Wuxia and the others sported solemn expressions as they exchanged glances in disbelief. It was inconceivable that Golden Rainbow Province had a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with them. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. At that instant, they felt their hearts sinking. Although she was clearly a newly promoted 7th Order Master, she was still a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. High rank and mid-rank were 2 completely different realms. It could be said that the gap between them was like the difference between the heavens and earth. On the other hand, Xianxia Shui had just escaped from death's door as he fell into a dazed state for a moment. Then, he snapped out of his trance and widened his eyes before falling on one knee. With an excited expression, he said, 37th Sect Master of Golden Rainbow Province, Xianxia Shui, greets Martial Ancestor Li. The person before his eyes was old ancestor Li Luo Shui, who started cultivating in seclusion 3,000 years ago. The disciples of Golden Rainbow Province were dumbfounded. They initially had no idea who this young woman was, but upon hearing the sect master's words, they were shocked to learn that she was their old ancestor. It never crossed their mind that Golden Rainbow Province had such a powerful master. At that instant, they were all energized as they fell on their knees and shouted, "Greetings, martial ancestor!
Many men secretly examined the woman and thought that not only was the old ancestor alluring, but she also had an intoxicating figure. They couldn't help but admire her, thinking that they could die with no regrets should such a woman actually become interested in them. Without even turning her head, Li Luo Shui darted her gaze around and scanned the surroundings, then sighed. I can't believe Golden Rainbow Province has declined so much.
An embarrassed Chang Chi Shui apologized. I'm sorry for disappointing you, martial ancestor. I'm truly useless. Li Luo Shui scoffed. All of you are indeed useless. Not only have you squandered away the heritage of our ancestors, but you also can't even repel the enemies at our gates.
Disgraceful. Chang Chi Shui was covered in cold sweat as he almost fell on all fours. Although the old ancestor looked like a sweet young girl, she clearly had no qualms about fiercely reprimanding them. I suppose I can't blame it all on you, though. Get up, Li Luo Shui replied. Yes, Chang Chi Shui answered before slowly getting to his feet. As he hid behind Li Luo Shui, he looked in Yang Kai's direction as a sense of resentment flashed through his eyes. Then he reported, Martial ancestor, it's these people who are trying to destroy our sect. Li Luo Shui shot a dispassionate glance at Yang Kai, then said,
7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 15 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It's no wonder that you can't stave them off. Yang Kai stared at the young woman and asked, What's your name? Li Luo Shui replied impassively.
What point is there announcing this queen's name to a dead man? Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was amused. You're pretty arrogant, aren't you? Do you think you can definitely defeat us just because you're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Li Luo Shui replied, Isn't that the case? You won't understand the difference between the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm and the 6th Order until you experience it yourself. Yang Kai asked, Judging from your aura, you've just ascended to the 7th Order. I wonder how much strength you can actually use. Li Luo Shui let out a breath as her chest heaved. All of you are bound for death since you've forced me to ascend to the 7th Order.
If you don't want to suffer, kill yourselves now. When this queen makes a move, I'll make you beg for death. Shameless boasting. Yang Kai yelled and pointed his spear forward. I have never killed a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before.
I guess I'll give it a try today. Li Luo Shui shot him a cold glance. It's the first time I've come across someone as reckless as you are. Enough nonsense.
Taste my spear. Yang Kai bellowed and thrust out his weapon. He had no reservation as he infused all his strength into the spear. A thunderous dragon roar reverberated across the sky. A dazzling light glistened from the tip of the azure dragon's spear, and as the dragon pressure erupted, a great dragon seemed to have come to life as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. At that instant, the entire world seemed to have paled as the spear became the only thing that shone brightly. The light of the spear expanded. Faced with the attack, Li Luo Shui bellowed, Impudence. She raised her hand and pushed out her palm at Yang Kai. A 7th Order Open Heaven force fluctuated around her slender hand as it filled Yang Kai's vision. The world seemed to have disappeared as all he could see was her palm. He stiffened and squirmed as he instinctively felt a great sense of danger. It was the first time he directly battled against a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Although he had witnessed battles between high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters several times before, he never actively participated in any of them. Be it the war when the 100 Sects Alliance besieged Voidland or Zhu Jiuyin's battle against 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he was only a spectator. Although Yang Kai was able to feel the formidableness of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at those times, it was too far beyond him to truly understand. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the huge gap between the mid-rank and high-rank Open Heaven realms. Faced with this palm, Yang Kai felt as though he had turned into an ant, and that there was no way he could dodge. With a great roar, he thrust out his spear even harder, causing it to give off a terrifying radiance. Violent explosions were heard as a horrifying force spread out. A pale Yang Kai was sent flying away while Li Luo Shui remained on the spot, her figure only shaking slightly. When she looked down at her hand, she saw a tinge of redness in the center of her palm. Although the wound soon healed, she couldn't believe that the other party was able to harm her during the exchange of moves just now. This was inconceivable to her.
She had ascended to her current realm from the peak of the sixth-order open heaven realm, so she was fully aware of just how much strength a sixth-order master should be able to exert. Initially, she thought that she could easily kill this arrogant boy, but the situation turned out far different from what she had imagined. Just like Xianxia had said, she was a newly promoted seventh-order open heaven realm master, so the power she could use was limited. On the other hand, the enemy was quite intimidating as they had 7 sixth-order open heaven realm masters and 15 fifth-order open heaven realm masters. Facing such a force, she might not be able to save Golden Rainbow Province. She initially intended to kill one of the enemy's sixth-order masters first to deter and intimidate the others, but it turned out that not only could the other party escape from her strike, but he even had the power to counterattack. The young man's capabilities were beyond her wildest imagination, and at that moment, she sported a solemn expression. On the other hand, after Xianxia was forced backwards for some distance, he managed to stabilize himself. He didn't even bother to wipe away the golden blood at the corner of his mouth as he looked down condescendingly at Li Luoshui and sneered, "Is this all you, a seventh-order master, has to show?" Back then, when the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, other than using the 9 heavenly layers to kill Kongfeng, Xianxia could only stand back and watch. When Zhu Jiuyin battled against 4 masters outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he could only watch the intense battle from the sidelines. However, at this moment, he finally had the right to fight a high-rank open heaven realm master. This right meant a lot to him, as it signified a huge leap forward in his martial Dao. He no longer felt as powerless as he was in the past. At this moment, Xianxia felt fortunate that he didn't insist on directly ascending to the high rank, which was practically impossible. Only the strength within one's own grasp could be considered real. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Xianxia pointed his spear at Li Luoshui and roared coldly, "Kill!" As space principles undulated, he instantly appeared in front of her and forcefully thrust out his spear. At the same time, Maozhe, Gengqing, Zhouya, Huayong, Shumudan, and the proprietress all made a move as they sent out their own divine abilities at Li Luoshui. 7 sixth-order open heaven realm masters surrounded Li Luoshui like moths to a flame, not only recklessly charging her, but also ensuring that she wouldn't be able to escape. In an instant, the entire Golden Rainbow Province shook and the world itself paled. Horrifying forces reverberated across the sky, causing the ground to crack and spirit peaks to crumble. Chang Chi Shui and the others had already fled since they were unable to interfere in this kind of fight. Turning their heads, they saw that the old ancestor was surrounded by many figures as the lights of divine abilities dazzled their eyes. The energy fluctuations caused Chang Chi Shui, a fifth-order open heaven realm master, to tremble. He secretly prayed that their martial ancestor would be able to kill all the enemies. Otherwise, Golden Rainbow Province would be doomed on this day. Just then, he heard someone yelling at him, "Go to hell!" Turning his head, he saw a fatty who looked like a chef coming at him with a kitchen knife in his hand. The man was clad in an apron with a giant slaughter character emblazoned on him. The fatty was accompanied by a man with drooping eyes who was holding a golden abacus. While he was flying over, he fiddled with the beads which soon shot forward. Every bead seemed to contain a terrifying force behind it. A flustered Chang Chi Shui immediately met the enemy head-on with the left and right protectors. However, there was a huge gap in power between both parties. Golden Rainbow Province only had 3 fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side, while the enemy had 15 Open Heaven Realm Masters in the same order as them. These fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't dare to take part in the battle against Li Luoshui, so they decided to pinch the soft persimmons instead. Ma Tianyuan, chef and accountant, engaged the 3 fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Golden Rainbow Province while the rest plunged into the sect and launched a bloody massacre. Soon, the ground was covered in corpses and blood formed rivers across the land. Although Chang Chi Shui was incensed, there was nothing he could do to help them. Horrifying forces spread around and caused the spirit peaks to explode as the 7 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters engaged in an intense battle against the 7th Order Master. From time to time, someone would grunt in pain before they were sent flying away, spraying out a mouthful of blood in midair. Li Luoshui was a new 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master whose realm was still not stable. But despite that, The 7 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could only force a draw in the battle against her, while Xianxia alone had to bear half of the pressure. Xianxia couldn't help but think that the high-rank Open Heaven realm was indeed a completely different realm from the mid-rank. Li Luo Shui was already so powerful even though she had only just achieved an ascension. When she managed to stabilize her realm and accumulated some heritage, how much more power would she be able to exert?
How formidable must Zhu Jiao be, since she was able to deal with 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on her own outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven back then?
It had to be noted that the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from that time were unlike Li Luo Shui. All of them ascended to the 7th Order a long time ago, so they were certainly much stronger than Li Luo Shui currently was. Since the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was already so strong, what about the 8th Order or a 9th Order? When Li Luo Shui saw that many of the disciples from Golden Rainbow Province were either killed or critically injured, and that the sect had descended into chaos, her alluring face contorted into a hideous expression.
Her moves became increasingly powerful as though she was adapting to her current realm. However, even though she was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she found it extremely difficult to kill any of her opponents. The leading young man was a master of the Tao of Space, and his strength far surpassed the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. He had practically borne half of her attacks. If it weren't for this young man, Li Luo Shui had the confidence to kill the rest in short order.
After just half an hour of combat, Xianxia and everyone on his side was injured, but Li Luo Shui wasn't in any better condition. She no longer looked like a sweet young woman as presently. Her hair was a mess and she was covered in sweat. Just then, someone was heard screaming.
Xianxia Shui and the others were pushed over the edge by Chef, Accountant, and Ma Tianyuan and had no choice but to cry out, "Martial Ancestor, save us." Right after Xianxia Shui shouted, Chef slashed across his neck with his knife and sent his head flying away.
Blood started spurting out of his neck like a fountain. Realizing that they were unable to turn things around, the left and right protectors tried to flee, but they didn't have a chance to do so.
Accountant shot the beads from his abacus at them from all directions and formed countless holes in their figures. Ma Tianyuan promptly made a move and beheaded the 2 of them.
The 3 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Golden Rainbow Province were all killed, while the other Open Heaven Realm Masters had basically been wiped out beforehand. Countless others below the Open Heaven Realm were either dead or dying. The entire Golden Rainbow Province was no different from a living hell, and the Spirit Province where the sect was located was beginning to crumble and crack. Li Luo Shui shouted through clenched teeth, "All of you must die today." All of a sudden, her curvy figure shook as an invisible force spread out with her as the center. Xianxia and the others, who had surrounded her, were sent flying away as they were caught off guard.
Xianxia's pupils contracted when he saw what was happening as he felt his chest tightening. That was because Li Luo Shui's black hair and clothes flapped in the air even though there wasn't a trail of wind, as though an invisible force was infusing into her petite figure from all directions. At the same time, her aura seemed to be rising rapidly. Xianxia was flabbergasted as he had no idea what was going on. It was difficult to deal with this woman to begin with, as 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to take her down. However, it now seemed that her strength was rapidly increasing all of a sudden. Right then, the proprietress exclaimed, "Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law. What in the world is that?" Xianxia asked in shock. The proprietress' words suggested that she realized what Li Luo Shui was doing. There was no time for any explanation, so the proprietress simply sent him a wisp of her divine sense that contained all the information he needed to know. Soon, Xianxia learned what this Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law was. Strictly speaking, it was a forbidden technique.
An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Azure Void Divine Monarch had created this technique many years ago. Using his own body as a refining furnace, he drew the heritage of his sect's headquarters into his body and forcefully increased his strength with this forbidden technique. The headquarters of every great force contained a heritage that had been accumulated over thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. This heritage was the inheritance left behind in the headquarters by the Open Heaven Realm Masters who passed away over the millennia for its future disciples.
However, this kind of heritage could also be absorbed and refined. It was a painfully long process for an open heaven realm master to increase their strength through the refinement of open heaven pills, cultivation resources, or the world force of a universe world. Regardless of what method they used, the goal was to strengthen the world force of their small universe, thus allowing them to wield greater force. The heritage within the headquarters of a great force could be absorbed and refined in a similar manner.
Nevertheless, no one would do that, usually. Firstly, it would weaken the sex heritage, thus causing some instability to their own great force. Secondly, it was basically impossible for this heritage to match with their small universe. Absorbing this heritage forcefully was basically like drinking poison to slake one's thirst. In the entire 3,000 worlds, practically every headquarters of every great force contained a complicated heritage.
That was because the open heaven realm masters who passed away over the years allowed their world force to assimilate into their own sex. The grand Tao that every open heaven realm master comprehended was different, so the traces of those grand Taos were distinct as well.
As such, the heritage of a great force was usually not only immense but also complex. If an open heaven realm master rashly absorbed and refined the heritage, it would do more harm than good. However, back then, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Azure Void Divine Monarch developed this technique to forcefully draw the heritage into his body in order to significantly increase his strength for a short time. Nevertheless, there was a huge downside to this technique. Although the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law could help an Open Heaven Realm Master obtain an incredible amount of power in a short time, they had to purge this heritage soon after. Otherwise, it would affect their foundation and the purity of their small universe. If one didn't purge this added heritage, the impurities in their small universe would cause their cultivation to plunge. In the worst case, their small universe would destabilize and crumble, costing one their life.
That was the reason the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law was a forbidden technique. This technique was widely known among Open Heaven Realm Masters, however, no one was willing to use this forbidden technique unless their sex survival was at stake.
That was because it was akin to gambling their lives away. It was apparent that Golden Rainbow Province was at a life-or-death moment. Li Luo Shui was resolute as she decided to damage her own foundation just to use the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law to repel the invaders. Li Luo Shui, who was already a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was seen with her aura rising rapidly. It could also clearly be felt that a mysterious force was penetrating her petite figure from all parts of Golden Rainbow Province. With the infusion of this force, she seemed to have merged with Golden Rainbow Province. Her aura was so imposing that no one would dare to directly gaze at her. In short order, Li Luo Shui's aura completely changed, as though she had transformed into an entirely different person. As she opened her eyes, a glint flashed through her gaze.
She stared coldly at Yang Kai and the others before saying through clenched teeth, "All of you must die today for daring to invade my Golden Rainbow Province." As she performed different hand seals, she sent out divine abilities right at the 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters.
Yang Kai lifted his spear to parry the attacks, but his figure shook as he felt a tremendous force coming right at him. As though an entire world had crashed into him, the bones in his arms were instantly dislocated. He was sent flying away while the vitality in his chest weltered. At the same time, he sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood in midair.
Meanwhile, the rest of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters became injured and spat blood. Li Luo Shui, having used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law, seemed able to exert a force that was 2 times greater than what she could previously.
The power of her divine abilities had also been greatly augmented. Faced with her attacks, the 7 felt as though they were unable to counterattack, and all they could do was wait for death. Mao Zhe's gaze was transformed by horror, and he had the intention to flee.
Faced with such a formidable enemy, he would be doomed if he stayed. However, when he turned his head, he saw Yang Kai charging forward again. He secretly cursed at the man before he too dashed forward alongside Geng Qing and Zhou Ye.
They had left their names on the loyalty list, so Yang Kai had total control over their lives. Regardless of how reluctant they were, they had to fight alongside him, for if anything happened to Yang Kai, the 3 of them would suffer as well. On the other hand, Hua Yong and Shu Mudan were more reserved. Firstly, they were not restricted by the loyalty list. Secondly, Shu Mudan was pregnant. so she couldn't take part in an intense battle lest her child was affected. The couple only helped their companions out by casting their divine abilities at Li Luo Shui from afar. The proprietress was naturally giving it her best as she and Yang Kai wove back and forth to get closer to Li Luo Shui. The force around Li Luo Shui surged as she remained on the same spot. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, she could easily ward them off by simply raising her hands. She no longer looked as flustered as before. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law had pushed her power to an unimaginable level in a short time, allowing her to not only fend off the incoming attacks, but also counterattack at the same time, drawing grunts of pain from Yang Kai and the others. As time passed, Yang Kai and the others became covered in blood, looking completely battered. Judging from the current situation, these 7 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were obviously no match for Li Luo Shui, and it was just a matter of time before they were defeated and killed by her. However, Li Luo Shui no longer appeared calm as her expression grew anxious. This couldn't be helped though, as she was running out of time. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law had allowed her power to increase significantly in a short time, but she could not ignore the downsides of this technique. This infusion of power was no different from poison to any Open Heaven Realm Master. The longer this kind of state persisted, the more unstable her small universe would become, and the more difficult it would be to expel all the impurities in the future and stabilize her cultivation. Therefore, she had to kill all her enemies and end the battle in the shortest time possible. The longer this dragged on, the worse her situation would become. When her small universe became unstable, she would lose the power to fight completely and suddenly be at the mercy of Yang Kai and the others. She repeatedly attempted to kill one of them to achieve a breakthrough, but she was always stopped by Yang Kai. The young man was an expert in the Tao of space whose skills were also phenomenal. The way he flitted about like a fly annoyed her to no end. By now, she clearly realized that the young man was the strongest among these Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but he was also the most difficult to deal with. If it weren't for him, she would have killed everyone else a long time ago without having to resort to such drastic measures. She felt resentful as she targeted most of her attacks at Yang Kai, who had no choice but to try his best to defend himself and dodge, causing deep wounds to appear on his figure. There was no such thing as impenetrable defense in the world, though. There came a moment when Li Luo Shui's eyes lit up as she saw an opening Yang Kai exposed and pushed out her palm as she bellowed, "Die." Yang Kai had just stabilized his figure when he was faced with this attack. It seemed that there was no way he could dodge, so he had to fight. Realizing this, Yang Kai's figure stood firm and raised his spear to intercept the palm. At the same time, he roared, "Golden Crow casts the sun." A great sun suddenly leaped into the sky from behind him. It was so dazzling that the entire Golden Rainbow province was painted gold. There seemed to be a 3-legged exotic bird playing around in the great sun, cawing loudly for all to hear. A black flame burned at the tip of Azure Dragon's spear, as though it was able to extinguish everything in the world. Upon sensing the great sun's power, Li Luo Shui narrowed her eyes and exclaimed, "A divine manifestation." She felt her chest tightening. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master was able to use a divine manifestation. Even though she was a Seventh-Order Master now, she was still far from comprehending her own divine manifestation. How was a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master able to use one then? Regardless, the sight before her eyes forced her to acknowledge reality. Faced with this spear, Li Luo Shui halted her movement for a moment before she channeled even more force into her strike. If she missed this chance, it would probably take a long time before Yang Kai made such a mistake again, and time was the one thing she didn't have, so she decided that even if she was injured in return, she had to kill this little bastard with this one strike. As long as she could kill him, the rest wouldn't be a threat to her. Following a loud boom, Li Luo Shui was sent flying away while Yang Kai was also forced backwards. Using his divine manifestation, Golden Crow casts the sun, Yang Kai, a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, traded moves with Li Luo Shui, who had used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law with difficulty. Before Li Luo Shui could stabilize herself, the proprietress and the others had already pounced on her. She hurriedly dodged their attacks as she looked in Yang Kai's direction with glee, thinking that the brat's corpse must have exploded into nothingness upon impact. The next moment, though, she widened her eyes in disbelief. That was because, unlike her imagination, the boy wasn't vaporized like she expected. Although he was covered in blood and shrouded in a layer of blood mist, he was still alive. What's more, the great sun hanging in the sky was as dazzling as ever. Why is this brat so resilient? Li Luoshui's eyes shrank. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was still reeling from the shock. If it weren't for his half-dragon body, he would have been killed just now. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law was truly horrifying, as it could allow a person's power to increase tremendously in such a short time. Presently, the small universe in his body was in turmoil, as he had apparently been impacted by Li Luoshui's attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood and opened his bloodshot eyes before looking in Li Luoshui's direction. The next instant, he performed a hand seal and yelled with a hideous expression, "Water reflects the moon!" A cold-looking full moon suddenly appeared alongside the great sun. The moon cast its glow on the ground and brought with it endless coldness. It was a miraculous sight to behold, as the sun and the moon hung in the sky at the same time. The sensations of cold and hot mingled, which made it impossible for them to identify whether it was day or night. Mao Zhe felt his chest tightening as his heart clenched in fear. He had previously seen the sight of the sun and the moon appearing together on Profound Yang Mountain the day his sect was destroyed. He couldn't believe that he was seeing the same sight again. Then, he quickly sent a message to Geng Qing and Zhouya before they leaped away at the speed of lightning. While his allies were hurriedly retreating, Yang Kai's voice reverberated across the world, "Sun and Moon Divine Wheel." The sun and the moon began to rotate in an endless cycle above his head, kicking up a storm that shook the world itself. Space and time principles blended into a single entity and formed into a mysterious space-time strength. While the sun and the moon spun about, time warped wildly, and it felt as though only a breath had passed, but at the same time it was like millions of years had gone by. Besides time, space had also become strange. Those who seemed close by suddenly appeared in the distance, though they still looked as though they were standing right in front of their eyes. Everyone's sense became incredibly distorted. The sun and moon divine will spiraled across the sky of Golden Rainbow Province as it slammed towards Li Luoshui. She sported a solemn expression and roared. Not daring to have any reservation, she gathered all her strength while performing a set of profound hand seals with her slender hands. Countless powerful divine abilities were cast at sun and moon divine wheel in an attempt to block its advance. Everyone seemed to be seeing hallucinations as the sight before their eyes shattered, while the rumbling sounds were so thunderous that it pained their eardrums. The violent movements subsided as everyone's warped perception slowly returned to normal. All of them were horrified when they looked up as Golden Rainbow Province had literally exploded. The Spirit Province had shattered into countless pieces which now drifted about randomly in the void, together with broken corpses which were scattered about here and there. Golden Rainbow Province was thoroughly destroyed. Without the protection of the Grand Array, the Spirit Province, with several tens of thousands of years of inheritance, was unable to withstand the fierce battle. Innumerable disciples from Golden Rainbow Province were either killed or injured. Only a small number of people survived the brutality of the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's impact, not because they were stronger than the rest, but simply because they were luckier. On one of the broken pieces stood Li Luoshui as she fell into a dazed state. At this moment, this Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was battered, and her hair was a mess. Although she had successfully parried the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, she wasn't unharmed. She found it extremely difficult to deal with the eerie space-time strength that was now corroding her physique and small universe. On the other hand, Yang Kai was panting heavily. He felt as though all his energy had been sucked out of him and his small universe had never been emptier. Although the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was powerful, he hadn't fully mastered this new space-time strength, which was why he wasn't able to control how much force he wanted to exert. The consumption of energy just to use the divine ability was terrifying. However, even though he had used his most powerful divine ability, he was still unable to kill Li Luoshui, which went to show that the gap between the Sixth Order and Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm was indeed too wide to close. Still, holding his spear in one hand, he pointed at Li Luoshui and drew a deep breath. As his chest bulged, he bellowed, "Come!" Her hair flapped in the air as she looked in Yang Kai's direction with a gaze filled with murderous intent. Before she could even make a move, though, her expression changed. Following that, her aura became extremely unstable as her face alternated between pale and livid. Li Luo Shui sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and as if struck by lightning, she staggered backwards as a chaotic world force started exuding from her petite figure. With a vicious-looking gaze, she shot a glare at Yang Kai as though she was trying to imprint the man's face in the deepest part of her mind before she snarled through blood-soaked clenched teeth, "This queen will never forget what you've done to her today," and swears she will seek revenge. Right after she finished speaking, more blood streamed out of her mouth. Then she moved and dashed into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai bellowed and attempted to chase after her. He certainly knew that he had to kill this enemy to avoid future calamity. Li Luo Shui was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, so if she wasn't killed today, she would become a huge threat in the future. However, after taking a few steps forward, he staggered and almost lost his balance. He felt a burning sensation in his chest which made it hard for him to breathe. His small universe was in turmoil, making it impossible for him to focus. Stabbing his spear into the ground, Yang Kai looked up but quickly realized that Li Luo Shui was nowhere to be found. Unresigned, he pounded his fist on the ground. The proprietress dashed towards him and supported his weight before asking worriedly, "How are you?" Yang Kai's aura was extremely unstable. Unable to speak, he just shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Then he quickly sat down with his legs crossed and emptied his mind in an attempt to stabilize his small universe. Maoxia and the others took a glance at him before letting out a breath of relief. The battle today had been extremely dangerous. They had never expected that they would have to directly face a 7th-order open heaven realm master and even engage in a life-and-death battle with her one day. More amazingly, all of the participants had survived even though they were severely injured. With that said, all this was thanks to Yang Kai. If he hadn't borne most of the attacks from Li Luo Shui, a number of them would have been critically injured or even died. The outcome was acceptable. It had to be noted that the person they faced wasn't an ordinary 7th-order open heaven realm master. She was a 7th-order open heaven realm master who had used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law inside her sect's headquarters. It was more difficult to deal with such a person than an average 7th-order open heaven realm masters, as the power she was able to unleash was simply horrifying. In the end, Li Luo Shui fled from the scene. It wasn't because she was wary of Yang Kai's strength, but rather because something had gone wrong with her small universe. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law had a very serious backlash. Although she was able to increase her power significantly for a short time following the infusion of an immense force, she would also be left with an unimaginable potential danger, as this was a heterogeneous force. While they were in an intense battle, the mixed world force continuously assaulted her small universe, which eventually made her lose the power to fight. If she forcefully kept exerting her strength, her small universe would completely destabilize. By then, without the need for anyone else to make a move, she would lose her life following the explosion of her small universe. At the thought of this, Maoxia felt extremely fortunate. If Li Luo Shui hadn't suffered from the backlash of the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law at that moment, all of them at the scene would have been killed except for Yang Kai, who might have been able to escape since he was a master of the Tao of Space. Li Luo Shui probably wouldn't be able to get her revenge anytime soon either, since she had to deal with the backlash of the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law. Unless she could completely get rid of the impurities left in her small universe due to using this forbidden technique, she wouldn't appear again. Such a process might take her a few years, several dozen years, or even a few hundred years to complete, depending on the extent of the damage. These 7 6th-order open heaven realm masters sat down in different places and focused on recuperation. Yang Kai was the most severely wounded in the battle, and after he used his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, he was on his last legs as his small universe descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Chef and Accountant led the others to clean up the battlefield. The Spirit Province, where Golden Rainbow Province was located, was shattered, and all enemy open heaven realm masters were killed. As for the remaining disciples, they were either dead or injured, with the survivors having no idea where they should go. Chef and the others didn't make things difficult for them, as these people were merely disciples with weak cultivations, so there wasn't a need to kill them. They simply allowed these people to flee. Time went by pretty quickly as Xianxia remained seated for an entire year. It took him half a year before he managed to stabilize his small universe this time. It was only now that he realized just how critical the small universe was to an open heaven realm master. The small universe was the source of power and the foundation of an open heaven realm master. Everything about the small universe was closely related to the cultivator's grand Tao. It took him another half a year to recover to his peak. 1 year after Xianxia sat down to recuperate, he finally opened his eyes. He remained seated on one of the broken pieces of Spirit Province and looked around to see the proprietress and the others were seated nearby, cultivating in silence. Noticing some movement, the proprietress opened her eyes and took a glance over at him. As their eyes met, she put on a faint smile. "You're finally awake." Xianxia nodded and got to his feet. After looking around, he realized that the people who had left the shadowless cave heaven with him were still around, and the ship was anchored a short distance away. Mao Zhe and the others opened their eyes as well. Their injuries were less severe than Xianxia's, so it only took them a few months to fully recover. Then they just waited for Xianxia to awaken. Xianxia briefly asked about the battle that took place a year ago and learned that some of the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on his side were killed by the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province when they were stuck in the mist. Life could be fragile at times, and there was nothing he could do except pay a silent tribute to them. Although some of the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed, Xianxia had gained tremendous benefits after the battle. While Xianxia was recuperating back then, Chef and the others were responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. The entire Golden Rainbow Province was destroyed in the struggle, but besides Li Luo Shui, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and some other weaker Open Heaven Realm Masters who had fled early on, the rest were all killed. Only the inheritance of Golden Rainbow Province that had been accumulated over a long time was left behind. It could be said that they had obtained the entire inheritance of Golden Rainbow Province. Although Golden Rainbow Province was just a second-class great force, they were pretty wealthy as they had been in existence for a long time. Chef and the others collected all the items and sorted them out before putting them into different space rings, which were then given to Xianxia. Xianxia didn't intend to keep all these items for himself, of course, so after the ship departed from the Spirit Province, he distributed rewards to everyone based on the contributions they had made. Naturally, all these Open Heaven Realm Masters were elated. They were used to a life of destitution in the shadowless cave heaven where they had to be extremely frugal with each and every Open Heaven pill, not to mention cultivation resources of different orders. Everything was scarce in the shadowless cave heaven. Now, all of them became rich after just one battle, which was why they were ecstatic. Their admiration and respect for Xianxia had grown significantly since he was generous enough to distribute such rewards to them. The ship moved forward in silence as it passed through different territory gates. Xianxia didn't step out of his room as he focused on cultivating in retreat. One day, though, upon receiving a message from the proprietress, he dashed towards the deck. On the deck, the proprietress was leaning against the railing, while Chef and Accountant were standing behind her in a respectful manner. Sensing Xianxia's arrival, she turned her head and flashed a smile at him. "Are you leaving, proprietress?" Xianxia was reluctant to part ways with her, but she had just sent him a message to tell him that she was going to depart. The proprietress replied, "I'm heading to Thousand Birds Star City. I have to put an end to some issues. Do you need my help?" Xianxia asked. Although he had no idea what she was going to do, he reckoned that he could lend her a hand as he was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The proprietress shook her head. "I'm not going to fight with anyone. What's the point of you tagging along? Just go back to Voidland." Xianxia asked, "This place is not far away from Voidland. Why don't you pay a visit there?" "Old Bai must be waiting for you there. There's no need for that. I believe we'll meet again soon. As for Old Bai, just tell him to stay there when you see him." Upon hearing that, Xianxia started chuckling. "Old Bai and I will be waiting for you in Voidland then." The proprietress raised her hand and poked the young man's forehead. "You're now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Will you stop laughing like a fool?" "Yes, yes, yes." Xianxia quickly straightened his face. "Good, we shall part ways here. Thousand Birds Star City and Voidland are in different directions." Following that, she nonchalantly waved her hand. "See you soon." Then she took a step forward and leaped into the void. Chef and Accountant grinned at Xianxia before leaving with her.
Standing on the deck, Xianxia watched as the three of them disappeared into the distance, then he let out a breath. When he headed to the shadowless cave heaven back then, he had never expected that he would return as a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Although he was rushed to achieve an ascension, he didn't regret his decision. As a man, he was faced with all sorts of choices in life. He didn't strive to make his life perfect. He simply strove to never have any regrets. Although Li Luoshui had fled, the battle wasn't unfruitful. At the very least, through the battle with her, Xianxia had identified his current limits. He was still significantly weaker than a seventh-order open heaven realm master, even a newly promoted one. When he was faced with Li Luoshui, he had to join forces with all the other sixth-order open heaven realm masters in order to be able to simply match her. Every move she made contained a terrifying power, and each strike that landed on him caused his vitality to welter and soul to tremble. Furthermore, after Li Luoshui used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law, her strength increased tremendously, to the point that she was completely capable of killing all of them off if she was given enough time. However, she was forced to flee in the end due to the backlash of that forbidden technique. Otherwise, all of them would have died on that day. At the thought of this, Xianxia couldn't help but be gripped by a lingering fear. If things were just like what the proprietress had said, even second-class great forces like Golden Rainbow Province, which had declined over many years, might have some unimaginable hidden hands. It was true for both Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province, so what about the other great forces? Although it was impossible to find out, these great forces certainly had some top cultivators who had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time. Xianxia realized that he had to be more careful in the future when it came to matters like these, lest he suffered a setback instead. On the highest spirit peak in Voidland, several dozen disciples were seated with their legs crossed inside a palace. There was a galaxy mirror in front of every one of them, and through the reflection on the mirrors they could see the view around Voidland. The void spying technique wasn't an abstruse secret technique, so it was a good method to monitor the surroundings of a great force. Previously, those from Golden Rainbow Province had used this technique to detect Xianxia's approach, which was why they could get prepared in advance. The development of Voidland had now stabilized following a rapid expansion phase. After the incident where the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, Bian Yuqing decided to build this Heavens Observatory in order to monitor the surroundings of the sect so that they could detect any approaching enemies in advance. There were always several dozen disciples in the Heavens Observatory at any given time to watch the movements around Void territory and detect any potential threats. If there was any emergency, they could immediately contact the Elder Hall, which would then take appropriate action. Presently, besides several dozen disciples, Yu He, a sixth-order cultivator, was also in the Heavens Observatory. Back then, Xianxia was forced to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm in the Shattered Heaven, then he dove into the shadowless cave heaven on his own. Following the closure of the shadowless cave heaven's entrance, Yu He and Bai Qi were unable to go in regardless of how hard they tried. Left with no choice, they could only return to Voidland. Since her return, Yu He had been staying in the Heavens Observatory. She didn't want to leave so that she would find out about Xianxia's return as soon as it happened. All this while, she had been apprehensive. After all, the shadowless cave heaven was an infamous universe cave heaven, as no one had managed to leave that place prior to Xianxia's entry. Although Xianxia was a master of the Tao of space, no one could say for certain if he would be able to escape from that place. However, she stopped feeling anxious half a year ago, because a piece of news reached Voidland which made her believe that Xianxia had returned safely. Other than Yu He, Bai Qi had also been staying in the Heavens Observatory. Suddenly, one of the disciples who was responsible for watching a particular direction suddenly rubbed his eyes and looked intently at the galaxy mirror for a moment before he exclaimed, "A ship is coming." Yu He and Bai Qi instantly appeared behind the disciple as they looked at the galaxy mirror. Through the reflection, they could indeed see a ship moving towards Voidland. Voidland wasn't far away from the Star City. Usually, outsiders would directly head to the Star City and only their own people would head towards the headquarters. Recently, no one from Voidland had left, so it was highly probable that Xianxia was aboard this approaching ship. Yu He performed a hand seal and shot a ray of light into the galaxy mirror. Soon, the image magnified and allowed them to see the deck clearly. A familiar figure on the deck came into her sight as she exclaimed and covered her lips with her hands. An excited Bai Qi called out,
He's really back. Following that, Yuhi dashed out of the palace, followed by Chi. Soon, two beams of light shot into the sky as a gap appeared in the Grand Array. The opening of the Grand Array shocked Bian Yuqing, who was handling her official duties. She immediately left her palace and looked up only to see Yuhi and Bai Qi flying towards the sky. Realizing something, she quickly contacted those from the Heavens Observatory. Soon, she was told that the sect master had returned. She let out a long breath as her chest heaved. The worries in her mind could finally be set down. Voidland was founded by Yang Kai, and the backgrounds of the members were pretty simple. They mainly came from two places. First of all, there were about 600,000 disciples who came from the star boundary. Although there were a lot of them, all of them were weak as there wasn't even one open heaven realm master among their ranks yet. Second, there were a few thousand people from Abundance City from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although the number of people on their side paled compared to those from the star boundary, almost all the open heaven realm masters in Voidland were from Abundance City. Regardless of which place they were from, Yang Kai was essential to the sect. If anything happened to him, Bian Yuqing wouldn't know how Voidland could continue on. Fortunately, the sect master had returned safely. After giving it a thought, she decided to send a message to everyone. Soon, both Voidland and the Star City became bustling. On the deck, Maoxia gazed at the magnificent spirit province ahead and asked with surprise, "Is this Voidland?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded his head. "This is Voidland." "Does it meet your expectations, Head Mountain Lord?" Maoxia replied impassively, "Since I've submitted to you, please don't mention that Head Mountain Lord title again. The three of us ask for nothing else other than to be treated fairly." "Good." Yang Kai put on a faint smile. Maoxia and the others were forced to submit to him, and it was apparent that they were unresigned. Certainly, Yang Kai was aware of that. Regardless, as long as the loyalty list was in his hands, Maoxia and the others wouldn't be able to cause any trouble, therefore, he didn't have to be wary of them. They were sixth-order open heaven realm masters after all, so they could play vital roles at critical moments. Moreover, Yang Kai had always been an easygoing and fair-minded man. Chun Tianfei was the first one to leave his name on the loyalty list, and he was never mistreated. On top of that, he was also given the important duty of taking care of the gourd vine. Yang Kai believed that Maoxia and the others would change their impression of him as time passed. This spirit province has an extraordinary heritage, and its scenery is splendid. Voidland is indeed amazing, Sect Master. Huayong was ecstatic. Before coming to this place, he was worried that the heritage of Voidland might be weak. However, now he realized that this place was truly exceptional. He and his wife had made the right decision to join Voidland. This place was already wonderful to begin with, and with so many sixth-order open heaven realm masters joining, its future would be bright. Shu Mudan said in a small voice, "This Grand Array seems to be a little special as well." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "This Grand Array is called the 9 Heavenly Layers. Not only is it powerful, but it also has many different and unpredictable functions. In the past, 100 Sects Alliance led by Heavenly Sword Union invaded us, but they were all trapped in this Grand Array, and most of them were either killed or critically wounded." 9 Heavenly Layers, Maoxia muttered under his breath. He wasn't an expert in the Array Dao, but just like Shu Mudan, he could see that this Grand Array was extraordinary, though he couldn't figure out its true power just from observing it. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, he couldn't help but start having some expectations towards the 9 Heavenly Layers. Since the Grand Array was able to fend off the 100 Sects Alliance, it was surely quite powerful. "What is that? It seems so lively." Shu Mudao turned to look in a different direction with a curious gaze. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "That is Void Star City." "It's a star city?" Everyone aboard the ship was shocked as they gazed at the Star City. They could see that the place was crammed with people, and countless flight-type artifacts could be seen leaving and entering through the void dock. The sight before their eyes suggested that it was a flourishing star city. Furthermore, the place was much larger than an average star city, clearly marking it as first class. They found it inconceivable that there was a first-class star city belonging to Voidland. They exchanged glances in disbelief as they couldn't figure out why the star city of Voidland was so attractive to foreign cultivators and merchants.
It had to be noted that every first-class star city had their own unique characteristics and products that could attract merchants from all over the 3,000 worlds. Voidland must possess an incredible heritage to control such a grand star city. If they were not powerful enough, this kind of profit-making place would have been snatched from them long ago. With such a star city as their support, those from Voidland wouldn't ever have to worry about resources. A glint flashed through Mauge's eyes as he realized that he had always underestimated Voidland. He initially thought that Voidland was just an average second-class great force, but the sight before his eyes proved him wrong. Voidland was clearly a peak-level second-class great force. As they were speaking, the fog around Voidland suddenly roiled as though a gigantic creature was about to emerge. The people on the ship became flustered as they secretly circulated their powers to prepare themselves. When they looked up, they saw a gargantuan head appearing from the fog, its eyes as big as stars and its mouth full of enormous fangs, looking like they were capable of swallowing the entire void in one fell swoop. The gigantic head appeared to be moving slowly, but it soon arrived in front of the ship. Compared to the head, the tiny ship looked like a blade of grass before a towering tree. Mauge and the others stiffened in horror as though they had been struck by lightning. They did not doubt that if the mouth parted, they would be immediately swallowed. "Oh, it's young boy." The mouth parted and spoke in the common human language. On the deck, Yang Kai saluted him and replied, "Many thanks for your concern, senior." "Oh? You ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm." The voice sounded again. Yang Kai replied, "I was left with no other choice in that situation." "Good, it's good that you've achieved an ascension so that others will stop bothering you. And enough chatting for now. Come visit me when you're free. The two little ones miss you too." Yang Kai replied respectfully, "I'll pay you a visit when I'm done with everything." The head then retracted as the fog swelled up and covered up any traces of it. Mauge and the others felt as though they had just escaped from death's door and their backs were all drenched in cold sweat. "Husband, what was that?" Shumu Dan was pale as she leaned close to Hua Yong as though she was trying to seek a sense of security. Hua Yong gulped and said hesitantly, "Perhaps it was a turtle's head?" Shumu Dan was torn between laughter and tears. Is there such a huge turtle in the world? How gargantuan must his body be since his head was already so big? "Bai Shi," Mauge said in a bitter voice as he looked at Yang Kai. "The divine dragon has 9 sons, and Bai Shi bears a heavy load. I can't believe that Bai Shi belongs to Voidland." Upon hearing that, all of them were flabbergasted. Yang Kai said with a smile, "You're indeed a knowledgeable man, Brother Mao. However, Senior Bai Shi doesn't belong to Voidland per se. Instead, he's carrying Voidland on his back." He had been asleep for countless years, and as time passed, a spirit province formed on his back, which was occupied by the predecessor of Voidland. Fortunately, Senior is a kind and benevolent man who doesn't have the heart to kill, so he has allowed us to remain. The corners of Mauge's brow twitched while Hua Yong gulped and asked in a raucous voice, "Senior Bai Shi carries Voidland on his back?" This piece of news was shocking to him. Divine spirits were famous and powerful creatures. Every mature divine spirit was as formidable as a high-rank open heaven realm master. For an ancient divine spirit like Bai Shi, he was probably stronger than the average 8-order open heaven realm master. Since Voidland rested on his back, there was no way Bai Shi would sit back and do nothing should an existential crisis come to the spirit province. In other words, the presence of such a divine spirit was the greatest protection Voidland could have. What puzzled Hua Yong was why Bai Shi was so cordial to Yang Kai. For such a formidable presence like him, he probably had no regard for anyone in the entire 3,000 worlds. On the other hand, a glint flashed through Mauge's eyes as he fell into his thoughts. Previously, Yang Kai had used his dragon transformation to destroy profound Yang Mountain, which made Mauge believe that he was a member of the Dragon Clan. Now, it was obvious to him that Bai Shi's attitude might have something to do with this. After all, Bai Shi had a Dragon Clan bloodline. Voidland was a magnificent place with an extraordinary heritage, and it was close to a flourishing star city, which ensured that they would never run out of resources. It was also protected by Bai Shi. It was probably the only second-class great force in the entire 3,000 worlds to have all these advantages. Before coming to Voidland, all of them were wondering about what kind of place Voidland was and whether it could accommodate powerful people like them.
If the heritage of Voidland was too shallow, it would only hinder the development of their potential as sixth-order open heaven realm masters. However, upon their arrival, they realized that Voidland's heritage was truly spectacular. They no longer dared to underestimate this place and instead felt honored because they were now part of Voidland, at least in name. The next moment, a gap appeared in the fog as two figures shot out through it and landed on the deck. A pleasantly surprised Yuhi stared fixedly at Xianxia as she tried her hardest to suppress her excitement and saluted the man in an elegant manner. "Young master, enough of that." Xianxia went over to hold her up and patted the back of her hand. "You must have been worried." Yuhi shook her head. "I'm glad that you've returned safely." Behind her, Bai Qi looked around, but as the people he was yearning to see were nowhere to be found, he felt his heart sinking and asked anxiously, "Where is Proprietress and the others?" Xianxia replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Proprietress and the others have returned as well. We parted ways halfway through because she had to head to Thousand Birds Star City." Thousand Birds Star City. Bai Qi's expression turned milder when he heard that. He no longer felt apprehensive upon learning that the Proprietress and the others had returned safely. They were not around merely because they had parted ways with Xianxia on the road here. Then he quickly said, "I'll go there now. Proprietress told me to tell you to wait for her here. I'm guessing she'll be coming over soon." Xianxia shouted at his back, "I can't wait that long." Without turning his head, Bai Qi turned into a beam of light and shot into the distance. He could never set his mind at ease before seeing with his own eyes that the Proprietress was safe. Seeing that Bai Qi was determined to leave, a helpless Xianxia decided not to stop him and just watched him go. On the deck, Maozhe and the others curiously examined Yuhi. They had heard the woman call Xianxia young master just now, but they were unable to discern her cultivation since her aura was fully withdrawn. However, they had a feeling that she was in the fifth-order open heaven realm at the very least. Perhaps she was a sixth-order open heaven realm master just like them. It was inconceivable that a woman with such cultivation would call Xianxia young master. They couldn't help but grow curious about Xianxia's background and suspected that he might have a powerful backer. "Let's go in for now," Xianxia ordered. Then the ship continued moving towards Voidland. The Grand Array had been opened as the disciples were fully aware of what was going on. No one would dare to stop the sect master from returning. Before the ship even landed, Xianxia, who was on the deck, saw a lot of people gathering together below. The person at the front was none other than the second manager of Voidland, Bian Yuqin. Soon, the ship landed and Xianxia led the others to leap off the vessel. The people who had gathered and had been waiting for quite some time bowed in unison and shouted, "Welcome back, Sect Master. Get up." Xianxia lifted his hand. "We're all one family here, so there's no need for such formalities." He swept a glance over them and realized that all the cultivators in the mid-rank open heaven realm and above from Voidland had gathered behind Bian Yuqin. Even Mo Mei, who was stationed in the Star City, had returned. All of them straightened up while Bian Yuqin kept a faint smile on her face. Just when she was about to say something, a phantom-like figure abruptly appeared in front of Xianxia. With her hands on her enchanting hips, she stared calmly at the man. A shocked Xianxia almost pushed out his fist, but upon realizing who the person was, he took a few steps back with a helpless smile. "Senior Zhu." The person was none other than Zhu Jioyin. Seeing that she was still in Voidland, Xianxia was elated. Supposedly, the agreement between them had become invalid since she had escorted him all the way to the Shattered Heaven right before he entered the Shadowless Cave Heaven. In other words, she was no longer Xianxia's protector and was now free to go wherever she wanted. Some time ago, Xianxia was still worried that this woman had really left. It wouldn't have mattered if she were to leave alone. But the problem was that Shan Qingluo was cultivating under her now. If Zhu Jioyin really left, she would probably take Shan Qingluo with her. By then, Shan Qingluo wouldn't be able to disobey her. Seeing that she had stayed in Voidland, Xianxia set his mind at ease. After giving it a thought, though, he realized that even though she was a powerful divine spirit, she didn't have anywhere else to go other than Voidland in the entire 3,000 worlds. After all, she came from Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and there was nowhere in the outside world that she was familiar with. Rather than wandering around aimlessly, she was better off just staying here. Zhu Jiuyin snorted. It's said that good people don't live long while a scourge lasts 1,000 years. I told you all that this brat wouldn't die, but you wouldn't believe me. Isn't he back now? Bian Yuqing replied with a fawning smile. Yes, yes, yes. You're absolutely right, senior. We've been worried for no reason. Humph. Zhu Jiuyin snorted and shot a disdainful glance at Yang Kai. Then, after sweeping a casual glance over the people behind him, she vanished into thin air. Yang Kai sported a helpless smile and bowed. Good to see you too, senior. Mao Zhe and the others were all stiff as boards as they were soaked in cold sweat once again. They were unable to detect any signs before Zhu Jiuyin's appearance. And although the woman never released her aura, just a glance from her seemed capable of killing any one of them if she wanted. It was as though they had lost control over their own lives when she stood before them, and they did not doubt that if she wanted one of them dead, they would be. After a gulp, Mao Zhe asked in a hoarse voice, Sir, who was that? Yang Kai placed his palm beside his mouth and said in a small voice, She's Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, Zhu Jiuyin. That woman is pretty foul-tempered. So you should watch your words when you see her in the future. Audible gasps were instantly heard as they gazed at Yang Kai in disbelief, as though they were trying to figure out if he was joking with them. It was horrifying enough that Bai Shi was in Voidland, and now a Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was also around. Although Bai Shi was undoubtedly more famous, he was known to be mild-tempered and amiable. Therefore, when they saw Bai Shi earlier, other than being a little shocked, they weren't too frightened. However, unlike Bai Shi, the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was known to be a ferocious divine spirit that had no qualms about slaughtering people. All of them felt like crying. When they thought about having to live alongside such a fierce divine spirit, they felt a crawling sensation on their scalps. The consequences would be dreadful if they accidentally offended her in the future. Hell? You dare badmouth this queen behind her back, you smelly brat. Don't even dream about seeing Luo'er for the next 10 years. A voice boomed beside Yang Kai's ears and shocked Mao Zhe and the others. Yang Kai instantly sported a dejected expression. It's a misunderstanding, senior. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Naturally, Zhu Jiuyin flat out ignored him. Mao Zhe and the others looked sympathetically at him. Although they had no idea who this Luo'er was, she should be someone important to him. A crestfallen Yang Kai sighed. I shouldn't have opened my mouth. I was too foolish. Bian Yuqing suppressed her laughter as she tried to change the subject. Who are these people behind you? Sect Master? Yang Kai took a deep breath to cast away his dejectedness, then introduced them to her. They have left the shadowless cave heaven with me. Since they're willing to join Voidland, we're one family now. The eyes of Bian Yuqing and the others lit up when they heard that. Bian Yuqing was still too weak, so she was unable to determine these people's exact strength. However, Mo Mei and the others could sense that the people behind Yang Kai were all strong. Yang Kai briefly introduced them to each other. On Voidland's side, there was Bian Yuqing, Mo Mei, Yuhi, Lu Shui, Pang Duo, Gong Yangxi, Jin Yuanlang, Mu Qianxian, and the other high-ranking members. On the shadowless cave heaven side, there was Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, Zhou Ye, Hua Yong, and Shu Mu Dan. They saluted one another, and although they wouldn't immediately become friendly with each other, it was only a matter of time before they became familiar. For now, they just needed to introduce themselves. Upon learning that the Emperor Realm Cultivator before their eyes was the person who was in charge of managing all the affairs in Voidland, Mao Zhe and the others were astonished. This would never happen in other great forces. Usually, a person would only be given an important duty only if they were strong enough. Emperor Realm Cultivators were the strongest in universe worlds, but they were nobodies in the 3,000 worlds. In the outer universe, only when a person ascended to the open heaven realm would they gain a footing, but even that depended on their order. However, since the second manager was highly regarded by Yang Kai, she must be a trustworthy person, so they naturally wouldn't dare to be impolite to her. After telling Bian Yuqing to help those from the shadowless cave heaven to settle down, Yang Kai was ready to get some rest. Although he had escaped from the shadowless cave heaven unscathed, there had been quite a number of challenges along the way. He had gained some benefits from there, but he hadn't had time to digest them. Now that he had returned to Voidland, he decided to cultivate in seclusion to fortify the things he had grasped. Before he could leave, though, Bian Yuqing reported, "There's one matter that awaits your decision, Sect Master." Yang Kai gazed at her and asked, "What matter?" He usually wouldn't manage the affairs in Voidland and just left everything up to Bian Yuqing's judgment. She would only report the matter to him if there was something she couldn't decide on herself. Bian Yuqing continued, "Many representatives from various great forces are now staying in the Star City, waiting for you to meet with them." "What great forces?" Yang Kai frowned.
Bian Yuqing then listed about 40 great forces. Upon hearing these names, Yang Kai was puzzled and asked, "Do we have any cooperation with those great forces?"
"Why do they want to meet me?" Bian Yuqing replied with a smile. "Just so you know, Sect Master, those great forces were the ones that joined forces with Heavenly Sword Union to invade us in the past." Yang Kai became startled for a moment, but upon understanding what was going on, he sneered.
"They're pretty good at gathering information. Those great forces had joined Kongfeng's Heavenly Sword Union to invade Voidland previously. Regardless of whether they did so voluntarily or were forced, the grudges between them and Voidland had been formed. The Alliance suffered immense losses in that battle, and the two divine spirits of Voidland subsequently revealed themselves, sending shockwaves out across the 3,000 worlds. After that battle, only a small number of people managed to flee, while most of the invaders were killed in Voidland.
Upon experiencing the power and heritage of Voidland, those great forces were horrified, and since even Heavenly Sword Union suffered an immense loss, the others naturally wouldn't dare to think about getting revenge. After all, they were the invaders, while those from Voidland were forced to defend themselves against them. It wouldn't have mattered if that was all that had happened, however. They could just not come to Voidland again.
The 3,000 worlds was expansive, so they could just set the issue aside and ignore it. However, after Yang Kai returned from the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he brought a group of people to destroy Boundless Altar, forcing its thousands of disciples to abandon their foundation and become homeless.
Then, he demolished Golden Rainbow Province and wiped out almost all of its members. Now, Golden Rainbow Province ceased to exist in the 3,000 worlds. Those great forces, which were once part of the Alliance, were now quite alarmed. Both Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were great forces that had invaded Voidland, but they were now destroyed by Yang Kai. It was apparent that he was trying to settle accounts with them, and his methods shocked these people to their core. Among the 100 great forces, Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were some of the strongest in the Alliance, with barely any of the others being comparable to them. There were a small number of great forces that were more powerful, but only by a slim margin.
Since Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were not even able to ward off those from Voidland, how were the other great forces supposed to do that?
If they couldn't appease Voidland as soon as possible, the same fate would most likely befall them.
Therefore, half a year ago, after the news of the demise of Golden Rainbow Province spread, many great forces sent representatives to Voidland with valuable gifts in the hope that the other party would forgive them.
It was because of their arrival that those from Voidland learned that Yang Kai had left the Shadowless Cave Heaven and had made some shocking moves.
These great forces were not aware that the reason Yang Kai targeted Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province was that the proprietress had made a heart demon oath in the past. They believed it was because of the fact that the Alliance had invaded Voidland, which was why they were apprehensive.
While waiting in the Star City, they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles all the time, and they practically visited the governor's mansion every 2 to 3 days, which frustrated Mo May to no end. "Are you going to meet them, Sect Master?" Bian Yuqing asked cautiously. "No, I'm not going to meet them." Yang Kai waved his hand. He had just returned from outside, so he wasn't in the mood to handle this issue. "Just let them stew for now." "Yes," Bian Yuqing replied. Although she was sympathetic towards those great forces, they only had themselves to blame.
After seeing Yang Kai off, she turned around and helped Maoxia and the others settle in. Upon some probing, she found out that among the people that had come here with the Sect Master, there were 5 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters.
At that instant, she was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. When Yang Kai introduced them just now, he had only mentioned their names without talking about their cultivation. It wasn't until this moment that Bian Yuqing realized these people were truly powerful. It had to be noted that there were only 2 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland now. By joining Voidland, these 5 people would greatly boost their overall strength. She couldn't help but admire the sect master's capabilities. After a trip to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, B brought back a group of people from Abundance City. Now, upon his return from the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he came home with Maoja and the other top masters. There was no doubt that the heritage of Voidland was on the rise.
Even though there were a lot of people in Voidland, the sect was pretty expansive. Since Maoja and the others were powerful, they naturally had to be treated with respect. Everything was settled after they chose spirit peaks they liked to live on. As for their duties in the sect, Yang Kai would have to make the decision. It was not up to Bian Yuqing to make a decision on his behalf. As the second manager, she was fully aware of her boundaries.
The news that the sect master of Voidland had returned instantly spread out, which caused a commotion in the Star City. The representatives of the great forces, who had come to this place with gifts, visited the governor's mansion even more frequently. Unfortunately, Mo May refused to meet them, which made them anxious as they wondered about the attitude of Voidland towards them. With Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar as examples, they felt anxious to appease Voidland as soon as possible so their sects wouldn't be destroyed.
Time went by slowly as Yang Kai remained seated with his legs crossed in his room. While refining various resources to strengthen the heritage in his small universe, he reviewed all the battles he fought since his ascension to the Open Heaven realm in his mind. After he ascended to the 5th Order, he entered the Shadowless Cave Heaven and immediately engaged in an intense battle with Ma Tianyuan. Then he barged into Profound Yang Mountain and attacked the 2nd Mountain Lord Yun Fei Bai.
As a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had the guts to battle against a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master head-on.
This was rarely seen in the entire 3,000 worlds, and it was also a precious experience for Yang Kai. Then he broke through to the 6th Order and fought with the 3 Mountain Lords just outside of Twin Spirit Island.
Next, he intercepted the Mountain Lords outside Profound Yang Mountain and comprehended the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, which used an entirely new space-time strength. He then went on to destroy Profound Yang Mountain.
Upon leaving the Shadowless Cave Heaven, Yang Kai got into trouble in the giant tornado while dealing with the wind spirits. Following that, he barged into Golden Rainbow Province and fought against Li Luo Shui, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, with the help of several 6th Order allies. The epic battles went through his mind as though they had just happened the day before. Yang Kai tried to grasp the experiences he had obtained while reflecting on his failures in order to strengthen himself. This trip had been truly eventful. Not only had he gone from the Emperor Realm to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but the refinement of the world forces within the wind spirits had also saved him at least 100 years of cultivation, which greatly helped stabilize his 6th Order strength. The experience of dealing with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was valuable as well. The battle allowed Yang Kai to clearly identify his own limits. If he came across a formidable enemy in the future, he would have a better judgment of the gap in strength between them. 3 months later, Yang Kai finally left his room. Compared to 3 months ago, his aura was now much more reserved. Unlike in the past, no one would be able to tell his true strength by just looking at his aura. Then he sent a message to Bian Yuqing to assign some work to her before leaving his palace. When Yang Kai calmly arrived at the main conference hall of Earth Spirit Land in Voidland, which was already filled with people.
These people were all in the 4th Order and above who were the most important members of Voidland. Upon seeing Yang Kai, they rose from the chairs and cupped their fists. "Greetings, Sect Master." Yang Kai raised his hand and brought it down to motion for them to be at ease. Then, he moved and instantly appeared in front of the head seat. After adjusting his clothes, he sat down in a dignified manner. He swept a glance over the crowd and soon his gaze fell upon Maoja and the others from the Shadowless Cave Heaven.
Smiling, he asked, "Have you all gotten used to living in Voidland?" Maoja replied, "Everything in Voidland is wonderful."
"Many thanks for your concern, sir." They had slowly learned about the various heritage of Voidland in the past months, so they thought that it wasn't a bad idea to have joined. The abundant resources here would be beneficial to their martial Dao.
Furthermore, since 2 divine spirits lived in Voidland, this place certainly could accommodate 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like them. A grateful Hua Yang continued, we had stayed in the shadowless cave heaven for thousands of years and were extremely lucky to finally leave that place.
Second manager also takes good care of us. We feel fortunate that we were able to join Voidland. Compared to the shadowless cave heaven, the environment in Voidland was essentially paradise. Yang Kai nodded gently. I'm glad that you've gotten used to living here. Then, he gazed at Bian Yuqing, second manager. Can you tell me everything that has happened in the sect while I wasn't around?
Everything has been proceeding smoothly, sir. Bian Yuqing was fully prepared. Upon hearing Yang Kai's question, she immediately reported to him about the important issues that had occurred over the past 2 years in detail.
During that period of time, Voidland didn't go through any drastic changes. The only thing that was different was that there were more open heaven realm masters now. Many of those from Abundant City were already on the brink of achieving an ascension to begin with. However, due to the various restrictions in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, they were unable to do so. Upon leaving the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Mo Mei and the others were the first batch of people who made it to the Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, there were more cultivators from Abundant City who awaited an ascension. Over the past 2 years, about 300 people had attempted to break through.
Most of them had succeeded, but a small number of people lost their lives due to their failure to make it to the Open Heaven realm.
A cultivator had to refine yin, yang, and the 5 elements then split heaven and earth apart within their body to form a small universe in order to break through to the Open Heaven realm. The process could be said to be extremely dangerous, and regardless of how well prepared one was, they might still lose their life in the attempt. That was what happened to some of the cultivators from Abundant City. The people from Abundant City had been stuck in the Emperor realm for centuries, if not millennia, giving them a long time to solidify their foundations and accumulate strength. The orders of the materials they had refined were definitely within their limits, as they wouldn't refine materials that they wouldn't be able to bear. However, some of them still lost their lives while attempting to achieve an ascension. The first batch of people from Abundant City, about 300 of them, all successfully broke through because they each had the assistance of a heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill.
However, over the past 2 years since Yang Kai left, more and more people from Abundance City had attempted to reach the Open Heaven realm.
Although Yang Kai had left behind some heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills behind before heading to the shadowless cave heaven, the supply wasn't sufficient to satisfy the demand. That was the reason some of them ended up falling.
With that said, the percentage of those from Abundance City who lost their lives due to their attempts to achieve an ascension was comparatively lower than average, after all, due to the limitations of the environment they used to live in. They had more time for accumulation and preparation.
Now, excluding the people brought back by Yang Kai this time, there were about 500 Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland. If Mao Zhe and the others were included, the number would be about 600 in total. That was a terrifying figure. In terms of the quantity and quality of the Open Heaven Realm Masters, Voidland had surpassed 99% of all second-class great forces, though it still wasn't comparable to the Cave Heavens and Paradises. After all, it had only been a short time since Voidland was founded.
More time was needed for its heritage to be accumulated. After Bian Yuqing was done with her report, she took her seat, then Mo Mei rose from the chair and briefly talked about the current situation in the Star City. It could be said that the Star City was thriving.
That was because they would put one heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill up for auction every 3 months. So the city could attract more and more cultivators from the 3,000 worlds. Even the Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises would appear in the auction house when the time was right. With more traffic came more commerce, causing many resources to flow into the Star City each day, allowing it to grow and develop further. It was a virtuous cycle. The shops in the Star City were all rented out by now, and their businesses were booming. Even the private cave mansions had all been snatched up by the cultivators who now lived or worked in the Star City.
Voidland now earned about 100 million Open Heaven pills every month from the Star City, and the amount was still increasing even now. Mao Zhe and the other newcomers were dumbfounded upon hearing that. There was no doubt that the Star City could be considered first class since it could help Voidland earn 100 million Open Heaven pills per month. The Star City alone could provide all the resources that those from Voidland would need.
It had to be noted that one could buy a lot of things with 100 million Open Heaven pills. Although it wasn't enough to buy a 7th-order material, they could get their hands on several 6th-order materials if they were lucky. As time passed, Voidland's wealth would continue to increase. The Star City could be said to be Voidland's cornucopia. With the rise in fame, more cultivators could be seen entering and leaving the Star City. This didn't pose a problem initially, as those from the governor's mansion were still able to keep on top of everything. The merchants who did business in the Star City had to pay rent and taxes. Voidland, as the overseer of the Star City, was responsible for making sure that the city and the people were safe. They had to ensure that no fights would take place, and when they did, they had to immediately settle the problems. Only by doing so could they give the cultivators a sense of security and showcase the heritage and competency of Voidland. However, following 2 years of rapid development, the governor's mansion was finding it increasingly hard to manage the city. This couldn't be helped, as the rise in popularity and development of the Star City meant that more and more powerful cultivators would come to visit. The person who could directly sense the changes was Jin Yuanlang, who was responsible for guarding the Void Dock. Since the reopening of the Voidland Star City, Jin Yuanlang had been appointed by Yang Kai to guard the Void Dock and inspect the people who entered and left the city. Since he was a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could usually handle most situations that arose. However, sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were now more commonly seen in the city. As a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was difficult for him to deter sixth-order Masters if they chose to be unruly. If 2 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters got into a scuffle in the Star City, Mo Mei, who was responsible for managing the city, wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Once such a scenario happened, not only would the city suffer losses, it would also have a huge impact on Voidland's reputation. This was the issue that had to be settled immediately. Fortunately, Yang Kai had brought back some powerful Open Heaven Realm Masters, including several in the Sixth Order. Hua Yong and Shu Mudan had already requested to join Voidland back on Twin Spirit Island, and Yang Kai had appointed them to be the elders right away. Mao Zhe, Gung Qing, and Zhouya were Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as well, so they couldn't be undervalued. Following Yang Kai's order, the 3 of them also joined the Elder Hall. Mao Zhe and the others gladly accepted the appointment. They were restricted by the loyalty list, so their lives were under Yang Kai's control. Strictly speaking, they were just Yang Kai's servants. However, during the time they were together, he had never mistreated them, nor had he exposed the nature of their relationship to anyone, which saved them from any embarrassment. Although they had never said it out loud, they were grateful towards Yang Kai for his discretion. Even if he really wanted to make things difficult for them, they would have no choice but to bear it. Now that they were asked to join the Elder Hall, they were certainly pleased. By becoming the elders in Voidland, they would be on an equal footing to the others apart from Yang Kai and the 2 divine spirits. More orders were swiftly given, with Hua Yong and Shu Mudan being assigned to secure the Void Dock. Jin Yuanlang was still responsible for managing the dock's day-to-day business, and unless he was faced with cultivators that were too difficult to deal with, the couple usually wouldn't have to show up. Mao Zhe and the other former mountain lords would take turns staying in the governor's mansion to assist Mo Mei in managing the Star City. The other fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Shadowless Cave Heaven were also assigned various jobs in different departments. All of them received the orders one by one. Sect Master, the people who have come to apologize are still waiting. How do you want to deal with them? Bian Yuqing asked. Those people only knew that the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai, had returned. If they found out that more top masters had joined Voidland as well, they would be terrified. Yang Kai would have forgotten about the matter if Bian Yuqing hadn't mentioned it, as he had no reason to remember those nobodies. As a glint flashed through his eyes as he asked, "Has anyone from Heavenly Sword Union arrived?" Bian Yuqing was startled for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't believe so." Yang Kai snorted. The 100 Sects alliance that invaded Voidland was nearly wiped out by him in the end. Other than Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, which he would never let off, Yang Kai didn't really care about the other great forces, nor did he have the intention to retaliate against them. It would be time-wasting if he really did that, so he reckoned it would be better to just spend his time on cultivation. Furthermore, those great forces were mostly third class and didn't even have a single mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master overseeing them. It would do more damage to Voidland's reputation and face if they were to oppress such weaklings now. With that said, Yang Kai would never forgive Heavenly Sword Union, which was the mastermind behind the incident. Besides the fact that the alliance was led by Heavenly Sword Union, they had once again ambushed him while he was heading to the Shattered Heaven to look for the proprietress after he left Void Territory. Since those from Heavenly Sword Union had repeatedly provoked Yang Kai, he couldn't be blamed for seeking revenge against them. Make them cough up everything they can before kicking them out, and let them know if they dare to appear in Void Land again, I won't be so forgiving. Yang Kai directly decided the fate of those great forces. Bian Yuqing nodded in agreement. It was apparent that Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to meet those people, so he let her settle the matter. Now, Yang Kai was now a powerful master and the leader of a peak second-class great force, so it wasn't like just anyone could meet him. It was expected that those great forces would accept the outcome, and they would also have to thank Yang Kai for not destroying them. Also, there was a senior from Inyang Cave Heaven who requested to meet you a few days ago. However, since Sect Master was cultivating in seclusion, I turned her down so that you wouldn't be disturbed. Yang Kai's eyes brightened when he heard that and asked, was it Chu Huashang? Presently, there were 2 establishments directly owned by Cave Heavens in Void Star City. One of them was the Azura Arena, which was set up by Azura Heaven. This facility was also one of the trademarks of Azura Heaven. The business of the Azura Arena was booming because many young cultivators liked to engage in all-out fights to both train and make a name for themselves. In fact, the Azura Arena was established following a discussion between Yang Kai and a representative from Azura Heaven. Voidland held a large stake in the Azura Arena, which generated an equivalent revenue share from this profitable business. Meanwhile, a Dao temple belonging to Inyang Cave Heaven was also established. Chu Huashang used to be stationed there in the past as its supervisor. Yang Kai met that seductress in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Then they went through many life and death moments there and in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, eventually growing quite close. After that, she tagged along when Yang Kai headed to the Shattered Heaven. Although she didn't manage to help much, Yang Kai was still grateful for the solidarity she had shown. This was no small matter. After all, Chu Huashang's identity was a little special as she was a core disciple from one of the 36 Cave Heavens. So everything she did represented Inyang Cave Heaven. As such, she wasn't able to do whatever she pleased most of the time. However, she still steadfastly followed Yang Kai to oppose Tizhang and the others who had laid a trap for Yang Kai. There were 2 reasons why Azura Heaven had set up an Azura Arena in every major star city. First of all, it was to train the disciples of their own sect, and secondly, it was to amass wealth. The disciples of Azura Heaven had to go through life and death battles in order to grow rapidly. Nevertheless, in the 3,000 worlds, there were rarely any places that would allow them to engage in such fierce battles. Therefore, the Azura Arenas were their best option. Moreover, these Azura Arenas were like a treasure trove for them. The Azura Arenas from different star cities each generated massive amounts of revenue for Azura Heaven every year. Inyang Cave Heaven had also set up a Dao temple in every major star city. However, they didn't intend to amass wealth or train their disciples in these places. Instead, the existence of these Dao temples was to attract more talented people. The disciples of Inyang Cave Heaven were all beautiful women or handsome men, and their core secret arts revolved around forming intimate relationships with the opposite sex. In those Dao temples, their disciples could engage in discourse with talented young people from different parts of the 3,000 worlds and even find suitable life partners, which would then strengthen the sex power. The Dao Temple of Inyang Cave Heaven in Void Star City was built under the supervision of Chu Huashang. Therefore, when Yang Kai heard Bian Yuqing mention a senior from Inyang Cave Heaven, the first person that came into his mind was that seductress. However, Bian Yuqing shook her head and replied, "It's not Senior Sister Chu. The master of Inyang Cave Heaven's Dao Temple is now a different person." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel disappointed. If Chu Huashang was still in the Star City, he would have personally thanked her for what she had done for him. Bian Yuqing asked, "Are you going to meet her, Sect Master?" Yang Kai came to his senses and nodded, "Of course I have to meet her. Please tell her to come in." If it was someone else, he would have decided whether he wanted to meet her depending on his mood. However, since she was from Inyang Cave Heaven, he naturally couldn't turn her down. He could also ask this person about how Chu Huashang was doing. Upon receiving the order, Bian Yuqing immediately sent out a message.
Since the meeting was over, everyone in the main hall rose from their seats and left while Yang Kai remained sitting on his own. An incense stick later, Bian Yuqing led someone to enter the hall from outside. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the person behind Bian Yuqing was an alluring woman with an enchanting figure. Her innocent-looking face and clear eyes gave off an ethereal feeling, as though she was unstained by the mortal world. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. He had met many beautiful women before, but he had never seen one such as this lady. His first impression of the woman was that she was clean. It wasn't the cleanliness of her clothes but an indescribable feeling, as though the existence of everything in the world was a blasphemy to her existence. Anyone who saw her would have the urge to protect and care for her. At the same time, his chest tightened as he had a feeling that this woman was more complicated than she seemed. Since the guest had arrived, Yang Kai had to rise from his chair to greet her. Bian Yuqing saluted him. "She's here, sect master." Yang Kai nodded gently, upon which Bian Yuqing withdrew. The woman across from him greeted him in an elegant manner, then said softly, "Greetings, sect master Yang. This mistress is Su Yingxue." Her pleasant voice tickled his senses. Yang Kai lifted his hand. "There's no need to be too formal with me, senior sister Su. Please have a seat." Su Yingxue thanked him with a lowered gaze. Her cheeks were painted with a tinge of redness and her skin seemed extremely delicate. Yang Kai was unable to sense this woman's cultivation, but that wasn't too surprising seeing how she had no need to release her aura here. Nevertheless, he had a feeling that this woman wasn't any weaker than he was, so she was probably a sixth-order open heaven realm master as well. After the two of them were seated, a servant came over and served them tea. Following a bit of small talk, Yang Kai asked, "Senior Sister Su, what's the nature of your relationship with Senior Sister Chu?" Su Yingxue replied with a smile, "Chuer is considered my junior sister on paper." Yang Kai arched his brow. "On paper? What is she to you in reality?" Su Yingxue said with a light smile, "I was the one who raised Chuer." Yang Kai was shocked, thinking that the woman before his eyes was like a sister as well as a mother to Chu Huashang. After giving it a thought, he realized that it wasn't so surprising. It had clearly been a long time since Su Yingxue broke through to the open heaven realm, and although Chu Huashang was now a sixth-order master as well, she had only recently become one. When it came to their age, Chu Huashang was probably much younger than Su Yingxue, so it wasn't surprising that she was raised by her. This was pretty common in the 3,000 worlds. Although many fellow brothers and sisters in the same sect were on the same level of seniority, there could be huge gaps in their actual ages. Therefore, some of the senior brothers and sisters were like foster parents to their juniors. Chua always talked about and praised you. Now, I can confirm that you're indeed both handsome and talented. Su Yingxue lifted her alluring eyes and batted her lashes shyly. A reserved Yang Kai replied, "Many thanks for your compliment, Senior Sister Su. May I know where Senior Sister Chu is now?" Su Yingxue sighed and replied, "After making such a huge mistake, she returned to the sect to apologize to the sect master. She's confined now, and she won't be able to leave seclusion for the next 100 years. 100 years? Yang Kai's face fell. Is her punishment related to me? Su Yingxue gazed into his eyes and said, "You seem quite concerned about Chuer, sect master Yang." Yang Kai replied, "I owe Senior Sister Chu a great favor. Since she's in trouble, I naturally can't turn a blind eye to it." "How are you going to interfere then?" Su Yingxue looked curiously at him. Yang Kai became startled. "She's right. How am I supposed to interfere? She's confined in Inyang Cave Heaven, and she's Su Yingxue's junior sister. This is their internal affair. What right do I have to butt into their business as an outsider?" Su Yingxue went on to say, "Since time immemorial, the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises have always been close allies, and internal disputes that go against our collective interests are strictly forbidden. Since she has made a mistake, she naturally has to be punished." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai finally figured out what had happened. As expected, Chu Huashang's confinement was a result of her helping him. She fought with those from Myriad Demons Heaven and the other great forces outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven, which had tarnished Inyang Cave Heaven's reputation. That was the reason she was given such a harsh punishment. As a core disciple of Inyang Cave Heaven, Chu Huashang was fully aware of these rules and also that once she made a move, she would invite trouble to herself, but she did it anyway.
Yang Kai had never expected that Chu Huashang's help would land her in such trouble.
If he knew it in advance, he wouldn't have let her tag along. Now that she had to be confined for 100 years, he certainly felt guilty. It's just 100 years, so there's nothing to worry about.
Chuer is now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. So 100 years will pass by in a blink of an eye for her, Suing Shui said gently. Yang Kai frowned and stared intently at her in silence. 100 years of confinement was indeed not a long time for a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Furthermore, Chu Huashang had just ascended to the 6th Order, so she needed time to consolidate her cultivation. The confinement might not actually be a bad thing to her as, after she was set free, she would have completely solidified her new cultivation. With that said, it was still a punishment, and Yang Kai was the reason behind it, which was why he felt responsible. However, Suing Shui didn't seem to take the matter seriously. "Sect Master Yang," she called out gently. Yang Kai came to his senses and gazed at her. "What's wrong, senior sister?" Suing Shui replied. "To be frank with you, other than meeting you, this mistress is also here to seek your help." Yang Kai extended his hand. "Please speak freely, senior sister. I'll not turn you down as long as I am able to assist." Before Suing Shui spoke again, she appeared bashful as her cheeks became a shade redder. She lowered her head as her hair hung loose over her chest.
Her posture, coupled with her innocent demeanor, could make any man lust after her and have the urge to embrace and become intimate. Yang Kai couldn't move his eyes away from her as he thought that the disciples from Inyang Cave Heaven were all truly attractive. Unlike how flirtatious and enchanting Chu Huashang was, Suing Shui's innocence and charm were rarely found in the world. "Sect Master Yang, since you're close to Chua, I suppose you're familiar with some of our sect's traditions," Suing Shui said gently. Her face was all red by the time she finished speaking. Yang Kai had no idea about the reason behind her bashfulness as he asked curiously, "What traditions are you speaking of?" Suing Shui appeared to be embarrassed as she fell silent for a moment, then replied, "When the female disciples of Inyang Cave Heaven reach a certain age in cultivation, we have to look for a suitable partner. That is the reason our Tao temples were built across the 3,000 worlds. The disciples who are stationed at these Tao temples can engage in discourse with talented people from all over to increase their knowledge and cultivation, but it is also a way to seek out appropriate partners." "I'm aware of that." Yang Kai nodded as an idea flashed through his mind. "Do you have your eyes on someone, senior sister?" Suing Shui nodded her head. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Congratulations are in order. Then, I wonder who the young man is that is lucky enough to gain your favor. If you need my help to pass on your word, just tell me right away. I'll invite the man over. If he doesn't want to come, I'll tie him up and bring him here. There's no need for any invitation." Suing Shui shook her head. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "Why is that?" Suing Shui appeared anxious as she subconsciously played with her hair with her slender finger. Her face had become redder as she said hesitantly, "That is, because the man is right before my eyes." The smile on Yang Kai's face froze, then his lips pressed into a line as he examined her seriously. A moment later, he said with a faint smile, "That joke isn't funny, senior sister Su." Suing Shui looked down at her feet and spoke in a voice that was as soft as a whisper. "I'm not making a joke, Sect Master Yang. You're now the Lord of Voidland as well as a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. You are completely qualified to be my partner." Yang Kai gazed at her with narrowed eyes. "Since you're so close to Chu Huashang, you should have heard something about me from her." Suing Shui nodded. Chuer told me that she repeatedly wanted you to be her partner, but you had turned her down." Yang Kai nodded. "I value my friendship with senior sister Chu, so I'm not willing to tie her down with false hope. That was the reason I didn't agree to her request. However, senior sister Su, this is the first time we have met, so how could you say such a thing to embarrass both of us?" Suing Shui looked up at him with a pair of alluring eyes, which looked like 2 clear springs, and said in an enchanting manner, "Are you not willing to be my partner, Sect Master Yang? What do you think?" Yang Kai questioned her instead. Suing Shui pressed her lips together, then asked, "What if I say that if you agree to it, both Chuer and I will become your partners?"
A startled Yang Kai asked, "Is this your idea? Or Senior Sister Chu's?" Since Chu Huashang was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, Su Ying-shui was probably in the same order as well. Both of them were strikingly beautiful, and any man would have to consider himself extremely lucky to obtain the favor of just one of them, not to mention both. Rarely would any man in the world be capable of resisting such a temptation.
Su Ying-shui replied, "I had a discussion with Chuo before I came to Void Star City. She said that the Lord of Void Land Yang Kai was a righteous man she could entrust her life to. However, since she didn't manage to gain your favor, she told me to come here and give it a try. Therefore, even though this mistress is not familiar with you as it's the first time we have met, I believe Chuer's words. Of course, she will agree to the decision I've made. As long as you agree to it, Chue and I will both become your partners." Yang Kai couldn't believe that Su Ying-shui wanted to be his partner just because of what Chu Huashang had said, so he said after a sigh, "I suppose you do have trust in her."
Senior Sister Su. Chuer has a keen eye for people. Although I'm older than her, I'm not comparable to her in this regard. Su Ying-shui lifted her head as she summoned her courage to look at the man. "Are you really going to turn me down, Sect Master Yang?" Her bashful expression could arouse any man's pity.
Yang Kai took a deep breath and replied with a straight face, "It's this Yang's luck to gain the favor of the two of you, but I already have a few wives, so I don't intend to marry more women. Although I thank you for your intentions, I cannot accept them.
There are many great men out there, and I'm just one of the countless men in the world. I'm sure the two of you will find your loved ones sooner or later." Su Ying-shui stared fixedly at him with her dark gaze, as though she was able to look deeply into his mind and soul to uncover his thoughts. A moment later, she suddenly started convulsing with laughter, which was in stark contrast to her innocent demeanor earlier. She now looked so charming that it was hard for any man in the world to resist her attractiveness. "Senior Sister Su?" Yang Kai scowled as he couldn't adapt to this sudden transformation. He was secretly shocked that the woman's demeanor could change in such a drastic manner.
"The Lord of Voidland. I suppose Chua hasn't fallen in love with the wrong guy." Su Ying-shui covered her lips and looked smilingly at him. "What do you mean, Senior Sister Su?" Su Ying-shui replied with a faint smile, "Inyang Cave Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens.
Regardless of how immoral we're thought to be, no two female disciples would ever serve the same husband. Outsiders always say that we're lascivious people, but they have no idea how loyal we are to our partners." Yang Kai's face fell. "So, what were you trying to achieve?" He had a feeling that he had been made a fool of. If he really agreed to it on an impulse just now, he would have been humiliated. However, why was this woman trying to trick him? There were no grudges between them to speak of. Although Chu Huashang had to be confined for 100 years because she helped him, that wasn't enough of a reason for this farce. Chuer has made a mistake, and she is being punished with 100 years of imprisonment, but that doesn't really matter. What does matter, however, is that in half a year, there will be a Tao Theory Assembly in Inyang Cave Heaven where many of the talented young men will come together.
The winner will be able to marry Chua after she is discharged from confinement. Yang Kai initially felt vexed because he had been tricked, but all his fury vanished into thin air when he heard these words. Then he asked in shock, "Tao Theory Assembly?
The winner will be able to marry Senior Sister Chu? Was that her idea?" Su Ying-shui snorted. "Since Chuer has fallen in love with you, why would she come up with such an absurd idea?"
"It was a decision by the sect master and she can't disobey." Yang Kai sported a dark expression. "Since she is reluctant, why would those from Inyang Cave Heaven hold such a Tao Theory Assembly?" Su Ying-shui glared at him. "Since she has crossed the line, we have to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises, and this Tao Theory Assembly is the result. Do you think she can refuse?"
"Who do you think has caused all this?" Yang Kai became startled upon hearing that. "We've been sending out invitations since a year ago. However, due to the fact that the 3,000 Worlds is expansive, we and the others who will participate need time to prepare. The Tao Theory Assembly will take place half a year from now, and regardless of who the winner is, Chuer must marry him no matter what." Yang Kai frowned. "I thought core disciples of Inyang Cave Heaven would never marry outsiders. It was difficult to raise a disciple like Chu Huashang. If she was married to an outsider, another sect would reap all the benefits. Hence, for a core disciple like Chu Huashang, the man had to get married into her sect. not the other way round. Xianxia replied, "She's not going to leave the sect. The man will have to get married into our great force." Upon hearing her clarification, Yang Kai said, "I see." Xianxia stared at him and said, "If you didn't pass my test, I wouldn't have informed you about it." "Since you're a righteous man, however, I suppose Chuasai's haven't failed her, so you have the right to know about it." Yang Kai rose from the chair and cupped his fist with a solemn expression. "Many thanks for informing me about this matter, senior sister." After staring fixedly at him for a moment, Xianxia also got up. "That's all I have to say. Farewell. I'll see you off." Yang Kai hurriedly followed her. Xianxia didn't turn him down as she continued moving forward. It wasn't until Yang Kai left Void Land with her and saw her heading towards the Star City that he returned. It surprised him that those from Inyang Cave Heaven were going to hold a Tao Theory assembly to look for a husband for Chu Huashang. However, Xianxia had said that the assembly was being held to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises. After all, Chu Huashang had violated their rules, so her confinement was probably not enough to appease the various cave heavens and paradises. It wouldn't have mattered if Yang Kai wasn't aware of it, but now that he had found out about it, he naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. Nevertheless, he was in a dilemma as he wasn't sure what to do. If he took part in the Tao Theory assembly, he definitely had to become the winner, which would then mean that he would have to marry Chu Huashang. The appearance and aptitude of Chu Huashang undoubtedly stood at the apex of the 3,000 worlds, and hardly any women could surpass her. Certainly, no man could resist such a talented beauty. If Yang Kai had still been single, he would have leapt at the opportunity to marry her. However, he already had several wives, so he wasn't willing to become emotionally entangled with Chu Huashang. Moreover, she was a core disciple of her great force, so those from Inyang Cave Heaven wouldn't allow her to live with Yang Kai without him joining their force. With that said, he wouldn't be able to set his mind at ease if he didn't at least see her. At that moment, he was unable to make a decision. A moment later, he sent a message to Mo to tell her to ask around in the Star City in order to find out whether things were just like what Xianxia had said. If those from Inyang Cave Heaven were really going to hold a Tao Theory assembly, there was no way no one was aware of it. The fame of the 36 cave heavens dictated that every move they made would cause a stir in the 3,000 worlds. Half a day later, Mo replied to him from the governor's mansion and informed him that there was really such an event on the horizon. Just like what Xianxia had said, those from Inyang Cave Heaven had been sending out invitations since a year ago as they were going to hold a Tao Theory assembly in order to look for a partner for Chu Huashang. Any cultivator in the 3,000 worlds could take part in it regardless of their cultivation or age as long as they were below the high-rank open heaven realm. As a result, countless cultivators from different great territories had started heading to Inyang territory. Those who were powerful hoped to become the winner and marry a beautiful lady, while those who were weak were going to watch a good show and gain some life experience. After all, it wasn't every day that one could freely enter Inyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai clenched the jade slip, which contained the message, with a frown. The Tao Theory assembly would be held in half a year, but he still couldn't decide whether he should go or not. Then he fished out his universe chart and realized that it would take him half a month to travel from Void Land to Inyang territory, which wasn't too long a distance. If he decided to go, he would have a few months to prepare. After pondering on it for a moment, he finally made a decision. He had to go to Inyang Cave Heaven. Chu Huashang was being punished because of him, so there was no way he could just sit back and do nothing. By then, he could look for Chu Huashang and find out about her stance before coming up with any solution. The Star City was the major income source for Voidland, and the popularity of the Star City hinged on its auction house. A heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill would be put up for auction once every 3 months, which was why countless cultivators from different great forces were attracted to this place. There were not many heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills left, as they couldn't even satisfy the needs of their own disciples, which caused some of them to lose their lives while trying to make it to the open heaven realm. Therefore, Yang Kai would have to refine more since he was going to leave again. He still had a lot of the main ingredient required to make these pills, which was world source liquid. He just needed some supplementary ingredients, and, since the Star City was now flourishing, he could easily get his hands on them. Therefore, after he gave an order, some people from the Star City immediately started preparing the materials he needed before delivering them to him. It was then he started refining heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. 3 months later, all the adjuvants were used up as he was surrounded by many bottles, which were all filled with heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. Countless cultivators were eager to snatch up the one available heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill whenever it came up for auction, but such pills were now everywhere in Yang Kai's room. It would be interesting to know what others thought if they found out about this. With that said, even though there were a lot of heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills here, there would come a time when they were used up. To Yang Kai and Voidland, every open heaven realm master was a precious treasure, so every disciple who was going to attempt an ascension had to be given a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill so that no tragedy would happen again. In other great forces, only the best disciples that the sects had high hopes for could get their hands on a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. But in Voidland, anyone who had the right to ascend to the open heaven realm could get such a pill from Bian Yuqing. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only Voidland provided such a benefit. After getting some rest, Yang Kai told Bian Yuqing to come over and store these pills. At the same time, she informed him about a piece of good news: Madame Lan has arrived. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was elated. She's here? When did she arrive? Bian Yuqing replied with a smile. A few days after you started refining pills. She's been here for about 2 months now. Yang Kai quickly asked her about the proprietress location, then headed over to meet her. After leaving Golden Rainbow Province back then, the proprietress said that she was going to Thousand Birds Star City to put an end to some issues. Yang Kai didn't ask her what she was going to do, but she had said that she would pay a visit to Voidland soon. It never crossed his mind that she would come here so quickly. A moment later, he met the proprietress on a certain spirit peak. He was also around as she was having a chat with her. Bai Qi, chef and accountant, as well as some of the shop hands from First In had also come. Yang Kai could also see that Luo Hai was here. An idea flashed through his mind as the speculation he had made him feel excited. Upon detecting the man's presence, the proprietress shot him a glance with a smile. Smelly brat, you're finally here. Proprietress. Yang Kai walked over and saluted her. Are you all ready to relocate to Voidstar City? The proprietress asked with a smile. What do you mean? Relocate. Then, Yang Kai was puzzled. Bai Qi said with a smile. Proprietress has left First In, so she's a free person now. Yang Kai became startled upon hearing that. Initially, when he saw that the proprietress had brought all her usual shop hands with her, he thought that she was going to open a First In branch in Voidstar City, so it came as a great surprise to hear she had actually left First In. We'd like to join Voidland. Will you welcome us? The proprietress looked smilingly at Yang Kai. Of course, Yang Kai hurriedly nodded. Of course I welcome you all. Why wouldn't I? You can even be the Lord of Voidland if you want, proprietress. No thanks. The proprietress rolled her eyes. I finally relieved myself of old burdens, so why would I take on even heavier responsibilities? Don't even think about it. Yang Kai grinned. What kind of position do you want, then? Just name it. The proprietress shook her head. I'm not going to take up any official position right now. Just prepare a serene place for me as I'm going to enter seclusion soon. Yang Kai turned solemn. Are you going to attempt to break through to the Seventh Order? Since Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were destroyed, her heart demon oath had been resolved as well. Hence, there were no more obstacles in her way to the Seventh Order open heaven realm. However, she had lost some of her heritage in the shadowless cave heaven, so if she wanted to make it to the Seventh Order, she would have to spend some time recovering from those losses. The proprietress nodded with a serious expression. I've been stuck in the Sixth Order for a long time now. It's about time to ascend to the Seventh Order. A worried Yang Kai asked, do you have the confidence to achieve it? Ascending to the Seventh Order open heaven realm was no laughing matter. Although there was only a difference of 1 order between the Sixth Order and the Seventh Order, she was trying to cross the gulf between the mid-rank to the high rank. This was a process of sublimation in the open heaven realm, and the risk an open heaven realm master had to bear when attempting this was as great as when he or she was first attempting to reach the open heaven realm from the Emperor realm. The consequences were deadly if they failed. Many open heaven realm masters had lost their lives during this ascension over the years. For cultivators in this realm, every ascension was a perilous trial. Once they succeeded, they would transform into even more powerful beings. However, once they failed, death was all but certain. I do have some confidence, but when it comes to a matter like this, it is ultimately up to the heavens to decide my fate. The proprietress replied calmly. Xianxia nodded. Since you've made a decision, I'll say no more. If you need any resources, just tell us right away. He will prepare everything for you. The proprietress replied with a smile. I have all the resources I require prepared already. I've been a shopkeeper of First Inn for centuries, so I've collected some good stuff along the way. That's great. After giving it a thought, Xianxia fished out a jade bottle and passed it to her. Take this, as it might be useful in case of an emergency. The proprietress took a glance at it and realized that the jade bottle looked familiar. Soon she recalled what it was. After Xianxia left the blood monster cave heaven back then, he passed her this jade bottle, which contained an innate open heaven pill born in the universe furnace. Blood monster divine monarch should have obtained this pill at some point far in the past. This open heaven pill was totally different from the ones refined by alchemists and was innumerable times more valuable. Although one open heaven pill seemed like nothing compared to the millions that flowed through Void Star City each day, many people would start wars just to try to snatch this single pill if word of its existence got out. At that time, Xianxia thought that this pill could help the proprietress break through to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, but she turned him down. As long as her heart demon oath wasn't resolved, even an innate open heaven pill would be useless to her. Now that she was ready to ascend to the Seventh Order, however, this pill was the only thing Xianxia could offer that could be of some possible help. After giving it a thought, the proprietress took the jade bottle and said with a smile, I'll give it back to you if I don't need it. Xianxia replied with a straight face, I'll await your good news. Back then, the proprietress directly ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. So her aptitude was truly exceptional. Supposedly, given her aptitude, there shouldn't be a problem when she attempted to rise to the Seventh Order. However, she reckoned that she'd better be careful. The proprietress then suddenly asked, Have you heard that there'll be a Tao Theory assembly in Inyang Cave Heaven in a few months? You're aware of it? Upon finishing his words, Xianxia smiled helplessly. First Inn was in the business of gathering information. Basically, everyone was aware of it now, so why would the proprietress not know it? I'm not deaf, so why would I not be aware of such a major event? The proprietress shot him a glare. Chu Huashang is one of the core disciples of Inyang Cave Heaven, and she has the right to succeed the sect master in the future. However, since she has made a mistake, she has to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises. The Tao Theory assembly is the punishment for her. Xianxia sighed. It's all because of me that senior sister Chu is being punished. On the side, Yuhi asked, Young master, was it because? Xianxia nodded solemnly. All 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises have always been united, so internal divisions are not permitted. Senior sister Chu broke that taboo. Yuhi exclaimed, What should we do then? Xianxia said, I'm going to Inyang Cave Heaven soon. Then, he gazed at the proprietress in puzzlement. Are there really no grudges between the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises? Why is there even such a taboo? The proprietress explained there are definitely grudges between them, but they have their own ways of settling such problems. If some of them are killed without anyone knowing about it, no one can say anything. However, since the other cave heavens and paradises know the details of this incident, those from Inyang Cave Heaven have to make it up to them. That is the rule. What rubbish rule is that? Xianxia was incensed. Since you're the cause of it, I suppose you should head to Inyang Cave Heaven. Given your current strength, there shouldn't be anyone below the high-rank Open Heaven realm who is your opponent. However, you'd still better be careful. Although the disciples from Inyang Cave Heaven would frequently look for suitable partners, a disciple like Chu Huashang is very rare. Many talented people will gather together in this Tao Theory assembly, so the people from the cave heavens and paradises would naturally take part as well. Upon hearing that, Xianxia was startled for a moment. Those from the cave heavens and paradises would join as well? I heard that the partners of the core disciples from Inyang Cave Heaven would have to marry into Inyang Cave Heaven. Are those cave heavens and paradises willing to let their disciples join another sect? The proprietress replied with a smile. The core disciples are definitely not going to join this Tao Theory assembly. However, the heritages of the cave heavens and paradises are ample. Besides the core disciples, They still have other disciples that could join another sect. The effort will be worthwhile if they can become closer allies with Inyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai nodded. Although a disciple would have to get married into Inyang Cave Heaven, he would not sever ties with his master sect entirely. If his master sect fell into trouble in the future, that disciple and the connection he made would be of some help. There's one thing I'm worried about, proprietress. Yang Kai appeared anxious. What is it? She asked. Yang Kai replied, the cave heavens and paradises were already trying to suppress me before I even ascended to the open heaven realm. Now that I'm an open heaven realm master, would some of them try to kill me if I show up in the outside world? He was already targeted by 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters outside the shadowless cave heaven, and he was just an emperor realm cultivator at that time. Now that he was an open heaven realm master, it was probable that some of them would still want to kill him ruthlessly. Given the heritages of those cave heavens and paradises, it would be easy for them to kill him unless he stayed in Void Land forever. With 2 divine spirits residing in Void Land, the effort to kill him would simply be too great for the reward. To his concerns, the proprietress just said with a smile, the reason they targeted you before your ascension was that they were worried you'd directly make it to the 7th Order, and their suppression has yielded some results. In their eyes, you're just a 5th Order open heaven realm master, so you're no longer a threat to them. They have already nipped a potential threat in the bud, and a 5th Order master is nothing to them. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. In that case, I'm now safer since I've ascended to the open heaven realm. That's right. There won't be any problems then. Yang Kai nodded. After he chatted with the proprietress for a while longer, he bid her farewell. She was going to attempt to break through to the 7th Order soon, and no one else could help her with that. The only thing Yang Kai could give her was that innate open heaven pill. This breakthrough would probably take her a long time. After all, she had to make up for the losses she had suffered in the shadowless cave heaven first before she could attempt to reach the 7th Order open heaven realm. The Tao Theory Assembly was just 2 months away now, so Yang Kai had to set off immediately. A few days later, he shot into the sky, and as a crack appeared in the grand array, he moved past it and dashed into the void. He was on his own this time. Yuhi initially wanted to tag along, but he had turned her down. After all, he was now a 6th Order open heaven realm master that was significantly stronger than others in the same order. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only high-rank open heaven realm masters would be a threat to him now. Even if he really came across any danger, he could easily flee since he was on his own. Furthermore, the Tao Theory Assembly was an event to help get Chu Huashang a husband. Yang Kai wasn't even sure how he would handle the issue, so it would be inappropriate if he brought Yuhi with him. The journey was long and the void was dead silent, so Yang Kai just moved forward at lightning speed. On a shattered spirit province just outside the territory gate of void territory stood an alluring lady. It seemed that she had been waiting there for a long time. When she finally saw Yang Kai moving past the territory gate, she snorted. I suppose he can still be considered a responsible man. The person was Su Ying Shui, who had previously met up with Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai had left void territory at this point, he should be heading to join the Tao Theory Assembly. That was the reason she sported a milder expression now. Then she dashed towards the territory gate and tailed Yang Kai. After leaving the territory gate, she immediately sent a message to someone. Looking up, she could only see a small dot in the distance as Yang Kai was already far away from her. She curved her lips into a smile and muttered, I'll give you one last test. After all, you have no right to marry Chuer if you're too weak. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was looking at the route in his universe chart and heading to the next territory gate. Half a day later, he suddenly lifted his head as he could see a ray of light charging towards him rapidly. A figure could faintly be seen in the ray of light. Yang Kai looked up, but before he could make out the person's face, the other party bellowed, Where do you think you're going, boy? Right after the person finished speaking, he pushed out his fist with an immense force. World force undulated. Even the void trembled slightly. A puzzled Yang Kai had a feeling that the person must have mistaken him for someone else. However, since the other party was about to strike, he was unable to explain himself as he quickly extended his palm to meet the attack. Booming sounds were heard, as the other party acted violently while Yang Kai responded in kind. They exchanged more than 10 moves in just several breaths of time. Ha! The person exclaimed, as though he had discovered something strange. Following that, he exerted more force with his hands.
If the power he showcased earlier was on par with the Fifth Order, he was now using Sixth Order strength.
Xianxia had never expected that he would randomly come across a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master as soon as he left Void Territory. And for some reason, the other party initially hid his true strength. It wasn't until he sensed Xianxia's power that he stopped holding back. As a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master himself, Xianxia certainly wasn't afraid of the stranger. So he surged the power of his small universe as the battle intensified. A moment later, the attacker used a feint before widening the gap between them before raising his hand. Wait! Xianxia abruptly stopped in his tracks and stared coldly at him. It wasn't until this moment that he was able to make out the person's appearance.
The other party was a burly man with long dreadlocks, which made him look a bit eccentric. However, judging from the fluctuations of his energy just now, Xianxia confirmed that he was indeed a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. As their eyes met, the burly man examined Xianxia and asked, "Are you Liu Pei Yuan?" "No, and I don't know him either." Xianxia shook his head.
The man landed a slap on his own forehead, then looked apologetically at Xianxia and cupped his fist. "I'm so sorry for mistaking you for someone else. This is all a big misunderstanding. Please forgive me." Xianxia furrowed his brow with displeasure as the other party directly attacked him without verifying his identity first. Although the man didn't have any murderous intent, Xianxia was still upset. Fortunately, both of them had only made some probing moves, so no one was hurt. Otherwise, the misunderstanding would have turned into something serious.
Since Xianxia was in a rush, he wasn't willing to waste any more time on this man, so he simply nodded and declared, "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget it. Farewell." Then he turned around and left.
The man shouted from behind, "Farewell, friend." It wasn't until Xianxia was out of his sight that the man stroked his chin with an amused look. Interesting. While remaining on the same spot, he fished out a communication bead and sent a message. A moment later, a ray of light came over from afar and stopped beside him. The person was none other than Xianxia. "Did you test him?" she asked. The man nodded. "And how was it?" "Your information is wrong, junior sister." The man scratched his head and looked in the direction Xianxia had left. "You said that guy ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. Is he not in the Fifth Order?" Xianxia frowned. Chu Huashang had seen Xianxia break through in person, and the fact was verified by the elders from Yinyang Cave Heaven. After all, besides Chu Huashang, there were also 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who had witnessed the incident, so there was no way the information was wrong.
"Hey, he's not in the Fifth Order." The man grinned. "That guy is in the Sixth Order." "No way." Xianxia shot him a glare. "Did you intercept the wrong guy?" The man shook his head. "You sent his image to me, so there was no way I was mistaken. I was shocked when I traded moves with him just now. I almost suffered a loss at his hands. The power he had showcased was definitely not in the Fifth Order. Although I didn't use my full strength, he was still able to force a draw. That could only mean that he's in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. How is that possible?" Xianxia was astounded. According to the information she had obtained, Xianxia was supposed to be in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. It had only been 2 years since he achieved his ascension, so there was no way he could go from the Fifth Order to the Sixth Order in such a short time. No one in the world could achieve that. The only possibility was that he had ascended to the Sixth Order instead of the Fifth Order at that time. However, that was also impossible. Chu Huashang might conceal the truth for Xianxia, but there was no way the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at the scene were mistaken. "Isn't this for the best?" The man grinned. "Although there's only a difference of 1 order, the gap in real strength is enormous. I was initially worried that he would suffer a setback in the Tao Theory Assembly, but now it seems that he has a chance to come out the winner. Although a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master is fairly powerful, such a person is too weak compared to the people who are going to join the Tao Theory Assembly." After giving it a thought, Xianxia realized that he was right and nodded gently. "It's indeed a pleasant surprise. Since we've given him a test, we should return to the sect now. Let's go," the man said and charged forward, followed by Xianxia. Yin-Yang Cave Heaven was going to hold a Tao Theory assembly to select a husband for the core disciple Chu Huashang, and they had sent out invitations to many great forces across the 3,000 worlds. Since the event was just around the corner, many flight-type artifacts could be seen heading to Yin-Yang territory from different great territories. As Yang Kai flew forward, he could see flight-type artifacts of different shapes and sizes rushing towards Yin-Yang territory.
It was the first time Yang Kai was visiting the headquarters of a cave heaven, and he was extremely curious about it. He wanted to see the heritage of one of the top great forces in the 3,000 worlds for himself, so he could understand the difference between Void Land and them. 1 month later, he arrived at a place that was 2 great territories away from Yin-Yang territory. He could also see more flight-type artifacts as he continued moving forward. Yin-Yang Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens, which was why it was famous. Since the disciples from those second-class great forces wanted to marry a beautiful lady and form a relationship with Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, it would be worthwhile even if there were some sacrifices. Therefore, many of the people on the ships were in the 4th Order, the 5th Order, and even the 6th Order. After all, weaker cultivators had no right to take part in the assembly. 2 figures had been tailing Yang Kai. They were Su Ying-Xue and the burly man, who were both from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. At this moment, Su Ying-Xue finally believed her partner's words. Yang Kai must have been in the 6th Order open heaven realm. After all, given their cultivation, they still hadn't managed to close the gap with Yang Kai despite chasing him at full speed for an entire month. A 5th Order open heaven realm master could never fly as fast as he did. Both of them attempted to surpass Yang Kai, but rather than getting ahead of him, he actually got further away from them instead. They initially could see his figure from afar, but now he was already out of their sight. Just when they were about to enter Yin-Yang territory, Su Ying-Xue's expression changed as she fished out a communication bead and had a look. Then she stopped in her tracks and said through clenched teeth, "Despicable. What happened?" The man was perplexed as he stopped and looked at her. "See for yourself." Su Ying-Xue passed the communication bead to the man, who took it and had a look. Soon, he sported a dark expression as he said, "They dare do such a thing?" Su Ying-Xue snorted. "They're not willing to let any of their 6th Order disciples marry into our sect, so they're using dirty tricks to filter out any potential opponents. Shameless." "Has the sect master said anything?" the man asked in a grim voice. "I have no idea. Let's find out more details first." Su Ying-Xue shook her head, then took back the communication bead and sent out a message before the pair waited on the spot for a response. A while later, 2 figures rushed towards them from afar and landed in front of them. As they cupped their fists, they saluted, "Greetings, Martial Uncle, Martial Aunt." There were 1 man and 1 woman who were both in the 4th Order open heaven realm. They appeared intimate, so they were obviously a couple. It was the norm in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Once they found suitable partners and got married, they would go everywhere together. "How's the situation now?" Su Ying-Xue cut to the chase and asked. The 4th Order open heaven realm man replied, "All the territory gates leading to Yin-Yang territory have been cordoned off, and all the ships have to be inspected before they're allowed to pass. Whenever they discover a 6th Order open heaven realm master, they immediately challenge him." "What great forces are participating in this blockade?" Su Ying-Xue asked. The man then listed more than 10 cave heavens and paradises, after which he said, "Those are the great forces that have sent their disciples to take part in the Tao Theory assembly." Su Ying-Xue snorted. "Seems they've thoroughly thought this out." The Tao Theory assembly was meant to select a husband for Chu Huashang, with its winner being able to marry her. No high-rank open heaven realm master would take part in such an assembly, and the 4th Order was just the threshold. Supposedly, only a 6th Order open heaven realm master would stand a chance to be the winner. Regardless of who the person was, he wouldn't have a right to fight for the first place if he wasn't in the 6th Order open heaven realm. Nevertheless, even 6th Order open heaven realm masters were valuable to those cave heavens and paradises, so they were not willing to let a disciple marry into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. They would only allow 5th Order open heaven realm masters to do that. As such, in order to prevent their own disciples from confronting any 6th Order open heaven realm masters in the Tao Theory assembly, these dozen or so cave heavens and paradises joined forces and cordoned off the territory gates around Yin-Yang territory. Once they discovered any foreign 6th Order open heaven realm masters, they would chase them away. By doing so, They could ensure that the most powerful cultivators who could participate in the Tao Theory Assembly were only in the Fifth Order, which would ease the burden of their own disciples when they joined the competition. Regardless of who the winner would be, their great force would only lose one Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Has the sect master said anything? Su Shui asked with a solemn expression. The disciple replied, Sect master has had a discussion with the representatives of those great forces. However, they haven't really crossed any line as they never killed anyone or forced any participants away. Instead, they'd send Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to exchange moves with the other party so that those people would admit defeat and leave. Since that is the case, Sect Master can't really say anything. Su Shui said through clenched teeth. Exchange moves? How could outside Sixth Order Masters be comparable to their own? Why don't they chase the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters away as well? By then, only Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters will take part in the assembly, which is even better for them. The disciple remarked meekly. Perhaps they want to protect their reputations? They have already humiliated themselves, so why bother? Su Shui was infuriated. The burly man hunched his back as the situation was giving him a headache. If only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, it would turn into one big joke. Would they really have to allow Chu Huashang to marry a mere Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Chu Huashang was a core disciple from Inyang Cave Heaven, so she was one of the candidates that might succeed the sect master's position. They were holding a Tao Theory Assembly to select a husband for her because they were under pressure and it was already against her will. If they couldn't even find her a husband that would somewhat match her capabilities, Inyang Cave Heaven would be humiliated. However, now, a dozen or so cave heavens and paradises had joined forces to cordon off the territory gates around Inyang territory, and no outside Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were allowed to enter to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. If this went on, only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be able to participate, which was what those great forces were trying to achieve. Su Shui ground her teeth with fury, but there was nothing she could do. Just like what the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had said, those great forces hadn't really crossed any lines as they never forcefully chased the participants away. Instead, they sent powerful disciples to exchange pointers with them and make them back down. How were those from Inyang Cave Heaven supposed to interfere? The man with dreadlocks darted his gaze around before his eyes brightened. He looked in a particular direction and said, Isn't there a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who can enter, junior sister? Su Shui's expression changed when she heard that. Senior brother? You mean? The man grinned. If he can safely enter the sect and take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, the efforts of those great forces will all go down the drain. Su Shui's eyes lit up. You have a point, senior brother. If Yang Kai, a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, showed up in the Tao Theory Assembly, he would be able to turn the entire situation upside down. According to the plan of those cave heavens and paradises, only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be allowed to join the Tao Theory Assembly, and eventually only a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would fight for first place. The heritages of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from those cave heavens and paradises were naturally superior to outsiders. If nothing unexpected happened, the winner would be from one of their forces and he would marry Chu Huashang. Regardless of who the winner would be, it was an agreement between those cave heavens and paradises. However, if a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly showed up, their plan would be ruined. Although those Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were from the cave heavens and paradises, they still didn't have a right to fight with a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. By then, in order to protect their reputation or for some other reasons, those cave heavens and paradises would have to send stronger disciples to participate in the assembly. Those Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be too weak and only Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could hope to fight for first place. Therefore, the most important task for them now was to ensure that Yang Kai could enter Inyang territory to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Considering all this, Su Shui suddenly exclaimed with a changed expression, Oh, no! That guy is not aware of what's going on. If he reveals his cultivation in advance, he will be barred from entry. It will be terrible when that happens. The man realized the severity of the matter as well, so he quickly looked in the territory gate's direction and yelled, Let's go.
After he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and shot towards the territory gate, followed by Su Yingshui. Meanwhile, on a deserted spirit province that was several hundred kilometers away from the territory gate stood Yang Kai as he placed his palm over his brow and gazed forward, tooting as he muttered, "What's going on?" He initially intended to enter Yinyang Cave Heaven directly to look for Chu Huashang and find out about her intentions before coming up with any solution. However, before he even entered Yinyang territory, he saw a ship belonging to Myriad Demons Heaven anchored just outside the territory gate. The ship looked huge and magnificent, so there should be many powerful cultivators on board. Among the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises, Yang Kai was wariest of Myriad Demons Heaven. This couldn't be helped, as his demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eye came from the aforementioned great force. Zhang had said that those were the two core secret techniques from Myriad Demons Heaven that were never taught to outsiders. Only the disciples with the best aptitude from Myriad Demons Heaven were allowed to cultivate these two techniques. When they were in the Shattered Heaven Star City back then, Zhang could easily find out that Yang Kai had learned these two eye secret techniques. However, Zhu Jiuyin was around at that time, so Zhang couldn't make a move. After that, Yang Kai headed to the Shadowless Cave Heaven and this matter was put down. Zhang probably believed that Yang Kai would never be able to leave the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so he stopped pursuing this matter. However, Yang Kai had managed to escape in the end. If he came across Zhang now, the latter might want to snatch his eyes from him. That man was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so Yang Kai didn't think he could defeat him. After all, the Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory Eye were the best-kept secret techniques of Myriad Demons Heaven. If word got out that Yang Kai had learned both these techniques, they would definitely have a reason to kill him. Furthermore, those from Myriad Demons Heaven had repeatedly attempted to suppress him previously. Therefore, as soon as Yang Kai saw their ship, he stopped in his tracks. He had no idea who was aboard the ship, but it would be terrible if Zhang was present. After having a look at the universe chart, Yang Kai unfortunately realized that if he headed to another great territory now, it would take him at least a month to arrive at Yinyang Cave Heaven. There wasn't enough time for him to do that. This was giving him a headache. While he wasn't sure what to do, he saw two rays of light charging forward from the corner of his eye. As he turned and looked intently at them, his expression soon changed and he waved his hand and called out, "Senior Sister Su." The rays of light paused for a moment, then changed their direction and headed to the Shattered Spirit Province. A moment later, they landed before him and revealed their figures. Yang Kai wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he thought he saw Su Yingshui heaving a sigh of relief upon seeing him again. When he saw the man with dreadlocks beside her though, he exclaimed, "It's you. Oh, little brother, we meet again." The man put on a frank smile. "What a coincidence." Su Yingshui pretended to know nothing as she asked, "You two know each other?" The man replied, "There was a misunderstanding between this little brother and me some time ago, leading to a brief exchange of fists. You know this little brother, junior sister Su?" With a dispassionate expression, Su Yingshui said, "He's the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai." The man instantly appeared surprised. "You're the person who helped junior sister Chu ascend to the open heaven realm? Junior sister Chu?" Yang Kai was shocked. "What's your name, senior brother?" The man grinned proudly. "Yinyang Cave Heaven, Qing Kue." Yang Kai was astounded. "Since you're from Yinyang Cave Heaven, why did you?" He was curious about why Qing Kue appeared outside of Void territory some time ago, as the latter seemed to be chasing after someone. Qing Kue immediately cut him off by patting his shoulder like they were close friends. "I suppose we can be considered friends after a fight. I had heard about you before, but I never expected that I couldn't recognize you when I finally met you." "Ha ha." A moment later, he stopped laughing and asked, "Are you here to join the Tao Theory Assembly, junior brother?" After a bit of hesitation, Yang Kai bowed his head. "Well, I think so." "What do you mean you think so?" Qing Kue shot him a glare. "Since you're going to take part in the assembly, why are you staying here instead of going in directly?" Yang Kai didn't know what to say, so he told a small lie. "I was tired from rushing all the way here, so I decided to get some rest before heading inside. It never crossed my mind that I'd bump into you two here." Su Yingshui took a glance at the territory gate, and despite knowing what was going on, she wouldn't expose Yang Kai, so she just nodded. "Since we're heading in the same direction, let's go together." Yang Kai frowned upon hearing that. Just when he was about to speak, Qin Kuei directly took his arm and cut him off. Let's go. The Tao Theory Assembly is just around the corner. We should go back and get prepared. The man was a sixth-order open heaven realm master with immense strength, so Yang Kai could only allow himself to be lugged away with a wry smile on his face. However, he secretly decided that if anything went wrong later, he would immediately flee. While they were moving forward, Suing Shui suddenly spoke to him via divine sense. Junior brother Yang, regardless of what happens later, don't make a move. I'll handle everything. Yang Kai looked up at her as he wondered why she was telling him this. Soon, they arrived at the territory gate. There were some figures standing on the deck of the nearby ship as they looked at the three of them in silence. Yang Kai focused and gazed back intently at them. Fortunately, he didn't see Tizhang or detected any dangerous auras. Since he was now a sixth-order open heaven realm master, only high-rank open heaven realm masters could make him feel threatened. However, high-rank open heaven realm masters were noble beings, and they would rarely leave their sex. Therefore, there were probably no high-rank open heaven realm masters on this vessel. It's you, Elder Su, Elder Qing. An elderly man on the deck cupped his fist with a smile. In the cave heavens and paradises, sixth-order open heaven realm masters were already able to take up the position of outer elders, while the seventh-order open heaven realm masters would be inner elders. Suing Shui and Qin Kuei were undoubtedly the outer elders of Yinyang Cave Heaven. The two of them wore obviously displeased expressions. Since the territory gate leading to their own sect was being blocked, they were naturally upset. They could be considered polite since they were not openly cursing the people on this ship, so there was no need for them to show any further respect. The elderly man was aware that they were resentful, so he wasn't mad at them as he replied with a smile. Where were the two of you? While Qin Kuei was warm and friendly with Yang Kai, he was impassive to the elderly man and snorted. We belong to Yinyang Cave Heaven. Why should we tell you where we were? The elderly man chuckled as he didn't mind it. Then, his gaze fell upon Yang Kai as he said hesitantly, This little brother looks familiar. What's your name? Yang Kai gazed dispassionately at the man without intending to reply. Since Qin Kuei was so impolite, it meant that the elderly man was only a sixth-order open heaven realm master at most. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. Yang Kai? It's you. A young man beside the elderly man suddenly stepped forward and glared at Yang Kai. The fact that someone from the ship knew him surprised Yang Kai. As he looked over, he couldn't help muttering, Pei Wenxian. He came across this guy when they were in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, he and Chu Huashang were trying to comprehend the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture together, and Pei Wenxian was one step ahead of them. After that, Black Crow Divine Monarch seized Zhou Yi's body and was reborn, after which he attempted to silence all the witnesses. While fleeing, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang pulled a little trick on Pei Wenxian that almost killed him. The grudges between them were formed during that time. You ascended to the open heaven realm? Yang Kai's gaze flashed. Pei Wenxian was only in the half-step open heaven realm when they were in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but now, just like Yang Kai, he was also an open heaven realm master. Although it was hard to tell what order he was, given his heritage and the fact that he was from Myriad Demon's Heaven, he should have reached the sixth-order open heaven realm directly. Haven't you ascended to the open heaven realm as well? Pei Wenxian sneered as he looked at Yang Kai in a condescending manner. A puny fifth-order trash. Your strength doesn't match your sky-high ambitions at all. What a joke.